hello, and welcome. It's episode 75 of Cometh the Fall, Vexing Dualism. Hello, everybody. Hello, chatters. And hello, raiders. Welcome. Hopefully you guys had a fun time watching Momo and hanging out. Let's see. Jablaine, thank you very much for the 20 months. My God. Incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much. Thanks for sticking around for so goddamn long. Soon, you shall have your 2-year crown, and everything will be right in the world. Mystic, thank you very much for the 17 months. Insanely generous. Thanks for sticking around. You too soon shall join the 2-year club. Spooky subtime, that's right. Spooky subtime indeed. There is a dog barking obnoxiously in the background. I can hear it through my own headset and mic. I do apologize. And Skull Throne, thank you very much for the 10 gifted subs of the community. Incredibly kind of you. Yes. Nabbing yourself second place indeed. Thank you very much, brother, for your continued support and your allowing me to continue doing the thing that I love, which is this, Dungeons and Dragons. As well, thank you all of my lovely patrons. As always, around the 15th is when you guys will be getting your maps. I'm going to be releasing a number of the Summer Hall maps for you guys this month. That's going to include the warehouse, the basement, and the other dungeon that I worked on off stream. So you guys are going to get a preview of that before the players do. Just finished watching the Purple Worm fight, almost caught up on Shadow's Breach. Hell yeah. Ooh. How crazy it gets. I hope that you enjoy. Shadow's Breach is incredibly fun. I enjoy playing Marius. And I love hanging out with the other players. They're a ton of fun. Currently, we are just giving our players a moment to get themselves situated, to get drinks, snacks, bathroom breaks, what have you. And then we will jump into the fray with Darkest, or I almost said Darkest Dungeon. Wrong game, Lamau. That's Sunday. No, Dungeons and Dragons. The players are in an interesting situation. They just had some very heartfelt conversations with a number of people within town, and I think have sort of relieved themselves of this weight that they had been carrying on their shoulders. It felt very necessary for some characters, so to speak, like a chance to sort of, what's the word? It's similar to like cleanse your soul. It's not that though. Just sort of open themselves up, sort of pour their heart out. Yeah, catharsis. That works. It's a very cathartic moment for them. These very sort of kind moments with these NPCs. A moment to sort of expose themselves, so to speak. That vulnerability. And now it is once more back into the life of an adventurer. They are going to go seek out the Dryad, to my knowledge, attempt to get Alaric's soul back, and then from there, whatever else they have planned. To my knowledge, it's confide in the Dryads, attempt to get Alaric's soul back, summon Olwyn, and then 1v1 a Slaughter Lord. So, I don't know about y'all, but I'm pretty hyped. We're going to give them a few more moments, maybe a minute or two, before we go ahead and unmute, hop on over, get introduced to them, their characters, figure out what happened last week, and what's going to happen this week. Call will roll high. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Out of all of the people who could survive a fight in a 1v1, a legit 1v1 with a Slaughter Lord, it would be Call. Call is the actual barbarian. My man's rocking, 20 strength, 20 con. His dex is a little meh, but honestly, the 20s that he has is insane. He's got great weapon master. He's got a fuck ton of hit points. If anybody's going to be able to solo a Slaughter Lord, it's him. And who knows what else the party's going to do. The party could buff the shit out of him. Buff his weapon, buff him. They could give him potions, elixirs, what have you. So this could go from being a fair fight to being very one-sided, to where Call just sweeps. How rough good is this as a hop-in point? Relatively new fan here, so I haven't seen the series. Ooh, well, so here's the thing. Our games run long. They're 5 to 7 hours, which is a insane amount of time to watch D&D if you're not playing it. So for a lot of folks, a lot of folks sort of join in and they just sort of watch in the moments. It's very sporadic, right? If you like, all of the VODs are available over on YouTube for you to watch to get caught up with the series. I would say at this point, the characters are pretty well known. They work with each other. There's still a little bit of tension. They're not fully what I would consider a party. But we do recaps at the start of every session to sort of catch up folks who are tuning in for the first time or trying to get an understanding. And I think even just watching for maybe an hour or two, you'll get a pretty good understanding of the party's dynamic, how they sort of operate, who likes talking, who likes role-playing. And yeah, going from there. All right, that is long enough. Let's go ahead. Let's move on over. Okay. You will notice behind me the void, currently bereft of life. As you all chat and talk, your words will be recorded behind me in perpetuity for all future VOD watchers and all future YouTube watchers. If you have anything you would like to say to your future self, now is the time to say it. As well, you'll notice with me, my friends, the cast. We'll get introduced to them in just a moment. They're going to tell us a little bit about who they are and who they're playing. Very true, Mystic. All right. Let's go ahead. Let's warn them that we're unmuting. Give them a hot second. And then 3, 2, I don't know why the break overlay's on. Well, now. Okay, that's on me. Gamers.
Hey.
Game never heard of them.
Hi.
Hello.
I fucking hate games.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Sounds fake.
Alright. Duly noted. How's everybody doing today?
Man, I
Good.
got home from a long work week and I ate too much and now I'm eepy. The carbs.
I'm good. I'm a little sick, but I'm hoping the therapy, powers me through. I also slept for about 6 hours prior to this starting.
I'll be honest, DM. I'm kind of anxious about the session. I have a feeling that after it, my name will be made a byword for failure and disgrace.
Nodders.
Oh.
Jesus.
Oh, very well.
Yeah,
That's the energy we're bringing in today. Perfect. Well,
but I'm very
welcome.
enthusiastic.
Places.
It's episode 75, Vexing Dualism. We're going to go down the line. You're going to introduce your character. Tell us a little bit about who you are, who you're playing. Once we get to the very end, we're going to figure out who recapped last week and who's going to recap this week. We're going to start with Ashilda.
Hello, I'm Sparks, and I play Ashilda Ironhands, Thormir Dwarf Forge Cleric level 7. What my path is now is different than what I set out from originally. I've made the choice based off of where my heart led and not where my stubborn head tried to. Leaning more on my ability to create and my faith in Moraltir. Though, Athun will have a place in my heart. And I still feel whole, left by giving up my ability to channel arcane, and it aches like an open wound. But I'm gonna try and keep my focus on the things at hand, getting Alaric back and dealing with everything happening in the tier right now. There's just so much. Hopefully, we can take care of everything and I can keep the rest of them from getting themselves killed along the way.
Hey everyone. I play Sirik, and my name is Cole. A half-orc barbarian, path of the Zealot. And I belong to Clan Stormborn, the only one left. Today my chief gave me a task. He showed to me his willingness to die for his home by choosing to challenge the local slaughter lord. But I knew it weren't his time. He has a family, children young still and in need of him, his guidance. After convincing him to let me fight the Morling's master on his behalf, he granted me his clan's colors, his sashimono, war song. In his name, I will make the challenge. Once you've a task to do, better to do it than to live with the fear of it.
I play Kellen Aldane, and he is a ranger of the party, variant human, having found out that he belongs to not just his half-elven father, but his mother, whose race comes from a descendant of the race of the first men of Tyros, or at least off of the continent of it. Also a member of the Grey Watch, the continent-spanning militant organization who fights monstrosities and other threats in the wilds and tries to protect the realm in their own way.
Hello, I am Kieran, and I play Morana Lamordia, level 7 Dampier rogue, who has a strange connection to the dead, now known as something called a spirit caller. I hope to apply these talents to my passion of hunting down whatever wickedness lies within these woods, as is tradition, as is my birthright. returning back to the tier and Alliance as a whole has been, well, not as we'd hoped. Still, I hope my abilities with the trials coming up will be both useful to the living and the dead. They have to be.
Hi, I am Momo, and I play Silril von Ashford, daughter of House Ashford, the Swanblades. I am a level 7 high elf draconic warrior who finds beauty in every battle. And I would lay my life on the line for those I care for. I endeavor to seek truth, to uphold the ideals of Tyros. Alongside my companions, I will stop at nothing to find out how we can make a change in the Etenmo. Be that change before it is too late.
Welcome and hello. I am Sizzle Bacon, and I play Yiri Zairi, a level 7 Hexblade sorcerer multiclass, and a human from the distant lands of Shademore, its heir. One day, maybe, if I am to survive. Having hailed from the continent of Kereso, I have come to Tyros on a mission of understanding, and I have instead found more questions than answers. First, to understand the lost history of my people, I have instead found the quest to understand my oldest companion and patron, Gargalad, and his true name, Zorak. What he wants from me, what he means when he says to snuff the light. I have also come to understand Tyros, how to survive in it, how to work with those I have come to know as my friends, those original prisoners in Haynes Keep, now my companions in Elion's tier, as we struggle to understand, finally, and fight the mouth of the Iron Duke. All of these things have their own mountain of questions, and I hope I can answer some of them, most of them, to gain wisdom that I might survive and thrive in this new world I find myself in, before the questions catch up to me, and it is much too late.
Thank you. Do we know who recounted last week?
Shizu.
You heard it. Would you
Yeah.
please pick somebody to recount this week?
I choose Rana.
All right. Let's go. I was gonna wonder how long you were gonna do that bit. Okay. When we arrived in Elions, we saw the damage that had been wrought not only upon the Chapel of Ebor itself, but on its people. Wounds were obvious, but spirits were broken far deeper than any bone. And arriving at the tier in attempt to find some respite, we found more weight on our own souls, seeing Guinevere there, tired, tending to the other wounded. Cole was one of the first to head upstairs, wishing to speak to Mr. Bolton, with news of his injuries having become most grievous. where Kellen had gone. I wasn't able to tell at first, but it seems the wisdom had some few words for him as well. I didn't know what to do when we got there. Even as Yuria set to work, presumably to keep her mind off of other things. I can't say I blame her, but I was too lost, thinking that maybe I could still listen out, hear or feel wherever he's gone. Additionally, it would have been rude to head upstairs. Cole was, well, not exactly quiet. I did not want to intrude on his conversation. Muffled voices carried through the silent here today. And before long, Yuria had prepared a meal. I can't even remember it, if I'm honest. Which I suppose is better than it could have been. And until our half-orc friend came back down, I waited my turn and spoke to Reynold, who was unfortunate enough to find himself as one of the injured, but fortunate enough to be still so stubborn afterwards. With a little help, I just let it all go, didn't I? How useless I felt. How there was nothing we could do to stop her. Nothing at all that we had prepared for could have readied us for a combat against a being almost as old as the Edenmore itself, and with a blade besides. God bless him. I must have looked like a frightened little girl. But we weren't going to get anything done. Crying about it. That much I knew. Perhaps it was an attempt to lighten the mood. Much needed one at that. Or maybe I had just run out of more depressing things to say. But I convinced him to stay, carving mauling horns for the evening. The irony of which was not lost on me. Even as Cole asked for a strange favor from Shane. Not that he hasn't come into his own, but still. Surely one of us could... who was I kidding? All of us just longed for bed. Myself included. The fewer questions I asked, the better I honestly felt today. And that's where we left off.
Jesus, don't do that. God. I'm all over here like eyes closed and joining the recap, and then it's like, and that's what we did today.
So anyway.
Fucking scared the fuck out of me.
Here I was.
Last time on
ASMR.
Dragon Ball.
I was like,
Z.
yeah, I was enjoying the soft recount, and out of nowhere.
When I shift from Marana to Kieran.
She scared me.
Get scared on.
Okay.
Fuck you.
Damn.
We had concluded your long rest last time we played. As such, you all wake up on a brand new day, 13th of Rain's Wrath. You find yourself in your rooms, occupied or otherwise, and feel the weight of the day already. So many things lie before you, so many things to do. Speaking of, what are we doing, party?
Well, I think we need to track down our other dwarf cleric, the one that's not on the party. Make our way to the Dryad Grove, a bunch of other cool stuff like that. Call has some manly mission of manliness.
I think he's gonna start with breakfast for now, though.
I'm gonna
That
need
is-
something
that-
greasy.
That is a manly mission. Come on, you know
It
it.
is.
I'm gonna need something greasy.
Bacon with a side of bacon.
Yeah, DM.
Sillaril is the hungover.
We going downstairs to peruse the local menu to have ourselves a meal. As I madly look for the sheet that tells me what they sell at Aliens Tier. Fuck.
Where's the menu?
It's under service list, singing tier.
I asked Geralt for a menu.
There it is. Very good. Singing tier. Let's see, baby. Dun, 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 dun. All right. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna have that invigorating stew, DM.
Okay. Let me just check your sheet real quick.
I have a lot of copper.
Just pay with pennies.
We're rich.
Here's a chest. Bunk. On the fucking counter. Give me your stew. Your best stew.
Pours it
Alright,
out.
so that copper turns into 11 silver.
Understood.
So you are
Guys?
still short.
Fellas? Everybody?
I've got so much copper. Okay, that's a limit.
Yeah, you
Gentlemen,
have a lot of pennies.
Yeah. It would
Gentlemen,
appear so. It would appear
in terms
so.
of money, we have no money.
So you are missing 15 silver pieces.
Yeah, so we're gonna have the spuds, I guess. I mean,
Is that 30 silver?
yes.
Okay. You can afford the spuds without having to ask the money or ask the party for any money. However,
Don't you?
What's this inflation? Food's expensive.
it's special food. Remember, these buffs last for a week.
Inflation.
I can't find them in the list. Where are they?
You go to your journals, go down to adventurer information. There's a tab called Elion's Tier,
there it
Prices
is.
and Services.
I was looking at the wrong place.
Service list, singing tier.
Wow.
I'm trying to like envision how my half orc would beseech the party for silver because he really wants that stew. Because he feels like he needs that stew.
Just be like, hey, fucking bro, money. Money, please.
My
Grab the
role
ends.
playing brain is like, How?
Calculating.
How, Sarah? How are you gonna do that?
Put on your Alaric costume and be like, hey.
If only. He wouldn't bat an eye.
Tell
You
him
know
to-
what? I
tell him
think
to Bill the man upstairs.
for now, I think Call is just going to remain downstairs. He would have been one of the first to wake up. The anxiety and all would have pushed him off of the bed, and he'd be there waiting at the main table everybody tends to sit at.
Waiting for his
watching.
coin purse to come
Yeah,
downstairs.
watching as people meaningfully filter in. See if he can bomb a stew from somebody.
Who in the party is the most flush with cash, I wonder? My eyes slowly drift.
Who is it? Tell us, DM.
Party, would you like to share your wallets?
I don't need to know that. Find out in character.
Wow. What?
Find in RP.
Oh, well, that answers that.
Find out in...
Fucking hoarding assholes.
Holy shit.
God, it's not that much. Jesus Christ.
Well, then share it. How much is it?
Share your fucking tax return right
That's
now.
what I fucking thought. That's what I fucking
What is,
thought.
what is this, an audit? What the fuck?
How much gold does everybody have? Come on.
So we know not to give Sissel
How much do
money.
you have?
I have 4 gold.
Which is a lot.
Actually,
guess
have
it's-
gold. Holy fuck.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was gonna say you guys have gold.
I think we've just answered the question. Honestly.
Not quite. I have 6 gold.
Oh.
Nah.
I have 90 silver, so.
I have some
Yeesh.
gems.
I have some gems. All right, asshole, fucking dwarf over there.
Those
What about-
gems are party gems.
Those gems are party gems, and actually, 2 of the moonstones are being turned into earrings for your petty ass.
Hey,
Okay.
when do I get my raccoon quartz carved up, huh?
People, we ain't stunting. This is about the stew. Keep it about the stew.
All right, all right.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus. Okay, so having gone to bed reasonably early, fresh, having bathed before the night before, I think Uriel would be the second one down, unless someone really just has like the farmer's like sleep schedule going on, and they're like
Old
up
man.
at 4 a.m.
Oh yeah?
like a freak.
She come downstairs, yeah?
Yes, you would come downstairs.
Right. You know that wall that sort of separates the rest of the inn from the stairs?
Yeah.
Yeah, she'd find Call looming around the verge of it, just watching her come downstairs, his big gold eyes seeing her approach.
She would she looks she doesn't have sleep in her eyes. She looks like she's sort of keeping herself regal as much as she can. After the talk last night, I think she's sort of parading around as with a bit of confidence, a bit of determination, until she sees Call standing there, and it sort of catches her off guard, and she
Hey,
blinks. Yes? Cole? What?
it looks as though you slept well.
Thanks?
Bad night. Last night, right?
I think it was a rough evening for everyone. But I slept well enough after some
I
words
need
with-
coin.
Okay.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
There's this hearty stew that Geralt makes. Always take it before a big fight. I need it.
You always take it before a big fight.
That's right.
There's this quirk of her brow, but she sighs. Fine. Let's go talk to him. How much is the stew?
Call seems slightly taken aback that you accept. he also hadn't been holding eye contact. He'd been looking down at her pouches and things. And he smiles in a very lopsided, like unconvinced sort of way. Oh, 50 something silver, I think.
She blinks. For stew.
It is the stew.
She scowls. You're sharing. And she would walk past you to talk to Geralt about getting some stew. Come along.
Okay. Already plying his trade this early in the morning, you would see Gerald sort of emerging from the back door with a number of split logs underneath his arm, obviously meant for the kitchen, and his attention sort of whips to the side, acknowledging both of you, giving you a very firm nod before sort of continuing the motion of movement, the hand coming up to place itself to the kitchen door. And as he's getting ready to step through it, he sort of pauses and realizes that you're still staring. He goes, if you're waiting for your breakfast, you might have to wait a little bit longer.
We have a special order, Master.
Oh, right. What are you aiming for?
Pale lady here has accepted to pay for my stew.
Pale lady.
The stew.
Apparently, Cole here eats it before every big fight. And then she kind of like blinks and realization hits and she turns to him. What fight exactly are you talking about?
He, without batting an eye, motions to Geralt.
You could.
Can I attempt a stealth roll to get up behind them, even though I am in medium armor?
In your scale mode? Yeah, you can roll it at disadvantage.
Oh my god. A Slinky is trying to sneak up on us.
It's more like a pillowcase full of quarters.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Clang clang. Clang clang. Gerald sort of looking past both of you to see Ashilde tiptoeing.
It's not really tiptoeing, as it's that silent, almost motherly walk. After overhearing something, arms crossed, she's looking up at Call, like, even though she's looking up, she's holding herself like she is the same height as him. And in Orcish, what do you mean a fight?
Yeah. He sort of splays himself out on the counter behind him, seeming of a sudden like there's no worries in his mind, as though nothing is in his near future that would signify a fight at all. I haven't said anything.
Well, Yuria just said that you prefer this when you're going in for a fight. What fight are you expecting? And don't bullshit me.
Maybe we should speak in common. I don't want to keep this a secret. It was meant to be for everybody to find out.
All right, and she switches to common, like, effortlessly. All right, what fight are you talking about? What are you expecting?
Perhaps he very slowly beers his eyes over to Juria, and then Geralt across the counter.
Gerald's already stepping into the kitchen.
The swinging door where Geralt used to be. Perhaps we ought to wait for everybody to come down. It's an everyone sort of conversation.
You see Yuria sort of flare her nostrils, looking to continue the sort of prying, but she stops herself and gives him a short nod. Very well. Anyway, we'll have the... Oh, he's gone.
He's already making it. It's a great stew, by the way.
It better be. 55 silver.
Puts iron in your blood.
What?
Puts iron in your blood. Makes you capable of anything, I should say. Why are you confused?
She looks dubiously at Call, and then you can see her steal one of the spoons off the bar.
You want some too?
Yes, I mean, if you're going to advertise it, I want to at least try it.
Right, but you're going to buy your own, right?
What? Not until I know if it's good.
But I don't want your spoon in my stew.
I don't care.
I can leave you some.
You can leave me some.
Right, I don't want your mouth water in my bowl.
What?
It's gross.
This just in, Call not into goth women.
She smacks her lips, sets the spoon down. That's fine. You can have it.
Thank you. No, but I mean it. It's going to be great help.
This ought to be very good.
I hope to make it so.
She shakes her head and would take one of the tables, sort of waiting for the others in breakfast.
Call goes and sits right next to Juria, sort of slumping onto the bench, arms heavily set and tented on the table, just waiting, looking with this sort of anticipatory angst for everybody to come down.
I think as they wait, Yuri would kind of like question how Call's been doing in Elion.
Oh, I think he gave a brief summary of what's been happening. How he's been working with Mr. Bolton, how he's been training with Geralt, how he's been learning under Guinevere, reading and things. All that clever craft stuff. And that's about the gist of it. I don't think he'd be able to have enough time to explain any more than that.
Who wakes up next?
Very well, I volunteer. I mean, Kellen will get up, do his morning face wash thing and get his stuff. Trudge down the steps. And see everyone, the early birds, and kind of like, Jesus, holy shit, these guys are up way early. Why are we up so early? Is the sun even up?
I don't know, but I do know that I need to stop by the forge and see about getting something a wee bit sturdier for my armor. Hopefully, before we set out to get done what we plan on getting done.
Well, I'm certain the forge isn't open at this hour. We all have things we need to do, though.
Oh, I still have your things. From the fight, the weapons, the war axe, the troll's sword. Might want to grab them if you'd like to sell them.
You are an absolute dear, Cole. You are a treasure, and I adore you.
Is that sarcasm?
No.
Oh, well, thank you. He grins, all across his face, rather goofy.
Alright. I'm still a wee bit tired, but I think hopefully it'll pass in a few days.
He turns to Kellen and holds out a hand in his direction, but sort of pauses, as though he'd forgotten his name, and starts snapping his fingers.
It's kind of like makes a face like, yes?
Kellen?
Kellen. That's right. Kellen, you know Morlings, right?
You could say that.
How intimately?
Well, they are the primary enemy of the Grey Watch.
Who?
The order I belong to.
Oh, you're a knight.
Not exactly. I'm a ranger.
At that, he sort of squints, gazing off to the ceiling momentarily, trying to reconcile what a ranger even means.
Less horses and armor, more bows and ambushes.
Like highwaymen?
Without the thievery.
Oh, you're the sneaky sort. Fighting from the shadows.
When it's required, yes.
It's very interesting.
But you have a question about Morlings, I can tell. So he sidles up and sits down next to him.
He sort of adjusts, giving him room on the bench, because he tends to overtake quite a lot of space. So he pulls in his knees.
Yeah, he gave him this personal space. He's not right up in his grill or anything.
Well, what do you know of Slaughter Lords?
Correct me if I'm wrong, DM, if I get this wrong, but... Well, they tend to arise when a herd becomes large enough, and then they will unite under a slaughter lord and go raiding or pillaging and whatnot. They tend to be the largest and the strongest, which is more or less the only thing that Morlings respect, is strength, power, that kind of thing. So a slaughter lord would probably be the strongest of them in a herd or a marauding party.
How do they look?
They run the gamut. They can be anywhere from just a large, average-looking Morling to something very grotesque. The standard array of mannish and bestial traits between horns, beaks, hooves, that kind of thing.
I suppose that was a foolish question. I have not seen a Morling that ever looked like another.
They are not naturally made, so...
They're not?
Of course not. They are the result of Morin's corruption on beast folk.
It makes sense. Those bastards are missing all that which takes shape through a mother's love.
I suppose that's not wrong. But there are good beast folk out there, but they are always going to be under threat of Morin's corruptions.
Good Morlings.
Not Morlings, beast folk.
Oh, like those bull folk.
Yes. But whereas a Minotaur, for example, might be corrupted into something much more foul, Minotaurs can be good. Or at least cordial.
I've only met nice ones.
Well, there you go.
Haven't met many, though. Just the two.
So you've never met a Morling that wanted to talk first?
No. Always wanted to kill me.
They typically aren't conversationalists. You might get a few words out of the older, larger ones, but their motivations are always the same: destroy, consume.
And it was this god that made them so.
A betrayer. Some measure of her power must leak out of whatever prison they're in and corrupt them en masse. Else there wouldn't be so many.
I imagine you're getting bored with all the questions, but
No.
who...
If you're interested, I have information.
Well, I appreciate it. Who did he betray?
Who? The Slaughter Lord? Or...
The god that made them. You called him a betrayer.
No, I believe it's a feminine deity, but it's not really important. The Aaron are, from what I understand.
Oh. Eor's children.
There were a number of them that, at least in the myths, that were locked away. Probably ask a cleric or a priest or something for more poignant answers about religion. But that is the general information, anyway.
It's still very helpful. Thank you.
Just remember, Morlings, if you're trying to reason with them, you're probably wasting your time.
I have no plans to do so. Never been good with words anyway.
The notion of a fair fight also doesn't really exist to them, so where there's one, there's typically others. A Morling by itself, at least a normal one, well, as normal as they can be, isn't much of a threat. A farmer with a pitchfork could probably kill one. But again, they don't often travel alone, and when they travel in groups, they'll ambush, play dirty, all that, so there's often no point in offering an honorable combat to a dishonorable creature.
Can you blame them? This is war.
For
And
their
in war, the only crime is to lose.
I blame them for their existence.
I'm not sure they chose to be born. You just sort of are, right? I mean, I hope. He
Cole,
looks...
Cole,
Everyone...
why are you so keen on Morlings right now?
He reaches across the table and takes an empty mug, and holding it by the rim, sets it with a thud in front of him.
Like I said, I want everyone here before I speak on it. But I'm sure you can reason why by now.
Well, I don't know Morlings that well. What are you getting yourself into?
Presumptuous, considering I also am somewhat curious with Morlings, considering how prevalent they have suddenly become.
I am doing what the All-Father bore me to do. I'm going to fight.
Her eyes narrow. Fight what?
Putting a quick pause there. Who wakes up next?
Marana probably wakes up. Not the earliest, but not the latest of the group. But it's going to be a while before she's back down, as she did not take a bath the night before.
Stinky.
Stinky.
Greasy hair having.
Smells
It's
like
okay, Dad didn't mind.
Oh, God.
Smells like death. I mean, that's me every day, right? So yeah, it'll probably be a while. Like, you'll hear the footsteps upstairs of someone moving about, and after a little while, getting the hit together, Marana would kind of head down the stairs and see everyone there. Kind of give a quick wave and go over to the bar and request coffees with her breakfast today.
By the time that you'd be showing up, it's still relatively early. You can tell that the singing tier's still getting up and running. And currently, there's nobody there to really take your request. You would hear you would hear the sort of grunts that come from the back of Gerald sort of getting everything ready. And safe to assume perhaps another hour or so, given that he's the only one currently working right now. And none of the other staff or anybody have showed up.
That's fair.
He'll get he'll have your guys' breakfast ready soon.
Soon TM. Okay, kind of getting the soon TM sort of vibe. She'll nod and hold on, double checking something. I'm doing some quick maths.
I remember something I want to ask while she's getting that. Would lesser restoration help in regard to the people who were hurt by the Morling weapons at all?
You don't know?
Find out in character?
Safe to assume.
Fair enough.
Okay. And then, as she kind of I imagine she kind of peeked in the back and more so kind of added that onto unfortunate Gerald's list of things to do today. But on her return back to her friends, she's going to slip some of the money that she owes for her night, since she's keen on that. Underneath the bar.
Oh.
She's very keen on not taking advantage of him anymore.
Okay.
So 1 silver and 7 copper get deposited under the bar top. And she goes and sits down.
Okay. I mean, if you're going off of the room cost, a nightly cost, it's just 80 copper.
Oh, 80 copper. In that case, yeah, 80 copper.
There you go.
And she'll sit down.
Perfect. Are you trying to be
Sneaky, yes.
sneaky? Why don't you go ahead and roll me a sleight of hand check?
Yeah.
Who knows where that money came from?
The register was always that. What do you
Coffers are a
mean?
little heavy this morning. Okay. After successfully and stealthily depositing your nightly due, you go ahead and join the rest of your companions who are currently in the middle of discussion, which you would be joining the tail end of with Shielde and Call asking their questions, and Call saying he would like to wait until everybody is present.
Have I missed something?
No. Also, hello.
Good morning.
She offers a smile to Call. It's clear that it's still early, but she's trying.
You look especially beautiful this morning, Morana.
And then there's a stunned blink.
Well, I just had a bath. That might have had something to do with it.
She sits down, resolved to. That's the reason.
He, holding onto that smirk, nods and sort of motions for the bench across. I suppose we're waiting for Siluriel now.
Furia glances around, sees everyone but Siluriel, nods. I believe you're correct.
She's the one that doesn't wake easy, isn't she?
I think that's somewhat exaggerated, but
So you wouldn't mind fetching her?
I'll be right back.
Hmm.
He gets up, resolved, and would begin making her way upstairs again to fetch the final adventurer. Strange. She's usually the first one up, as you can hear her mutter as she goes up the stairs. Making her way across the hall, she would rap her knuckle upon Siluriel's door. Siluriel, are you still asleep?
As you knock on the door, Bossbar appears.
Oh, oh my god.
As you were.
She kind of puts her head near the door, waiting for some sort of response.
There is no response.
There's this almost slight concern, knowing that Silbril is an elf, and rarely even, like, probably needs the least amount of sleep than anyone. There's almost a quirk of, like, this sudden little tiny flare of paranoia, like, is she well? And she would, Yuri would gently test the door's handle to see if it is locked.
It is not.
Feeling it open, she'd peek inside, her eyes seeing in the dark or light, depending on how well lit it is, to see the state of the elf.
The elf is not in there.
She blinks. Further pulls the door back completely, sort of looking through the whole room. Siluriel?
Her gear, her, like, heavy armor, her Zweihander is laid out atop the like, dressered area, and her armor is kind of strewn to the side, like, next to the bed on the floor. Like, boot over here, other boot over there.
What the hell happened here? Oh, taking in this, very uncivil room, she'd step in, brows knitting together. She's nowhere on the bed then. She anywhere in the room?
Nope.
Is there there isn't any other room to this room, is there? Or anywhere she, like, closet or anything?
There's a standing armoire and a couple of chests underneath the bed.
Siluriel, she'd call out a little louder now. Is the window open?
Jesus Christ. No.
She would lean over, checking, like, under the bed.
She's not in the room.
Just for my own knowledge, where is the elf?
She's in the bathroom.
Understood. Yuri, go
now
ahead
you can't
and
check
roll
the
me.
bathroom.
Investigation or perception, your choice.
Very well. Doesn't matter. Fuck it.
Peering
Doesn't make a roll.
around, seeing the various, the sort of state of the room, and how a lot of her equipment is in its current state, it is safe to assume that she is not here at all. And sort of poking at the other rooms, which their doors have been left open, you would note the various state of your companions' rooms, all of which are bereft of a gold elf. And it wouldn't be until you would eventually start making your way back through the hallway that you would note the bathroom door is closed.
Yeah, there'd be this sort of like suppressed like concern growing and growing as she like looks around, and then she sees the closed bedroom door. She almost she puts her hand in front of her face, just dragging it across, as stupidity takes hold of the feeling of being very dumb for a minute. Right. She would tap upon the bathroom door. Slytherin. Oh, good heavens, she's drowning. I bust the door up now.
Roll me a strength check.
It's going to be very unimpressive. She would try to like open it, and she wouldn't like open it all the way, but she would sort of like speak, let her voice carry through the bathroom. The others are waiting for you when you are ready. No rush. Breakfast is not ready yet, but Call does have some things he wishes to speak about. Are you? You are awake in there, aren't you?
There's the same bubbled sound.
Right.
After a moment, there's this like pause in the sound before you hear.
What? Okay, she opens the door and steps inside at that point. This mix of curiosity and confusion at what the hell is happening in there.
You will see a clothed, like, small clothed Siluril sitting next to the tub, and she has all the hair at the top of her head and about halfway down to like her shoulders is wet, but the rest is dry. And she is just like one arm draped inside the tub, the other one is like on the edge of it. And she's like wiping her face.
So, dear, what are you doing? I'm gonna roll perception to see if she understands what's happening. Or investigate, doesn't matter. In check. Yeah, she's got no fucking clue. What are you are you washing your hair?
Sure. It's just, getting some water on my face. I heard your voice through the door. What were you saying?
Right. Just checking to see if you were awake. You're usually the first one up, so the others are waiting for you. Carl has something he wants to talk about, but there isn't really a rush yet. We're still waiting on breakfast.
Right. Alright. I will be done soon.
Understood. She turns.
Is
and then-
Yuria fully, like, armored? Like, is she kitted? Or is she wearing, like, dress down clothes?
I would say she's wearing dressed down clothes, sort of enjoying the few moments she has of not being in the armor at the moment.
Alright. And as she turns to leave, you just hear she dunks her head back into the water.
She would almost turn, remembering the robe, and be like, "Are you sure you're?" And then glunk, and she's like, "Never mind." And she would walk out and close the door behind her, making her way downstairs to report that Silro is bathing. Nodders.
Okay. How long do you take, Silver?
Not long. She finds her way down pretty quick.
Okay. Your attempt at what I assume to be a hangover remedy.
Yes.
Okay. Are you dressed down or are you kitted up?
When she comes down, judging by Yuria's outfit, she'd be dressed down.
Okay. Eventually arriving now and making her way downstairs, you would see Silro.
Rubbing at her eyes, and they are drooped, and she is like also like her right hand's at her eyes, but her left is like at the small of her back as she just steps towards the table. Her hair in like what looks like a ponytail that she slept in, right? She'd approach the table. Good morning. You told me that we are here to hear something from Cole. What is it?
Are you alright?
Yes.
You want some water?
No.
How about some ale?
No.
Are you sure you almost drank a whole keg last night?
That sort of
How
realization.
would you know that?
I mean, wasn't she on the counter drinking for a while?
No. She drank with like she was in there, sure, but
Yeah, and
she
Cole
drank...
went outside and in several times. You would have seen her. And probably gotten a view of her demeanor slowly dwindling into drunkenness.
Sure. Yeah, maybe 2 drinks, yes.
Best cure for a hangover. Some more ale.
Again, I will pass.
Fair enough. So we have everyone here, right?
Indeed.
Everybody who is able.
Well, I think I'd like to start by saying,
He sort of squints for a moment, looking at the table, a hand set against his face.
it is an honor to address you all, as we are. You're all each heroes in your own accord. And to have you listen to me and have the patience, it is an honor.
Silril blinks and sits down to listen to him, rubbing at like the side of her temples as she looks up to him.
I have a mind to be perhaps half as heroic as all of you one day. And I think last night I got my chance and I seized it. You see, Mr. Bolton was injured. When the fight happened, he was one of the few that took the worst. Was hurt, like I told you, in a bad way. I haven't known him too long. But how long I've known him for, I know he's an emotional orc. A true orc. Full of fire. An artist. And when he feels something, he feels it hard. In his lifetime of battles, the anger and the hate garnered him a reputation. And that reputation wound up defining him. And he found himself compelled to live up to it yesterday. He wanted to challenge the Slaughter Lord in this region. I think he led that sort of sinking, watching faces, looking for insight. A moment of silence.
Well, that explains all the questions.
Lorana looks a little horrified and worried for Mr. Bolton, apparently thinking of that course of action.
It would be around this time that a number of figures enter the singing tier, most of whom you recognize. The main one being Audrey, the sort of aspiring wisdom and the sort of helping hand here within the singing tier in the early mornings. And they sort of acknowledge all of you in this brief, tense moment. But seeing your sort of huddled conversation, their greetings are sparse as they'd make their way into the back, and you would hear the very loud greeting from Gerald.
Yeah, Call would give his greeting as well. What, Ashilda?
Ashilda would give the greeting, and then her attention would almost turn immediately back to Call. So do you mean on taking his place since he's injured, or what?
I'm getting there. You all saw him. He's very hurt. I think if he wasn't hurt, he could deal with that bastard with his eyes closed. But you have to be realistic about these things. He's maimed. So I decided to go on his behalf. I will fight it. But I can't do it alone. I need your help.
I've killed so we would help you.
Well, it's a good thing you are asking for help. Taking on a Slaughter Lord is usually a process.
Oh. I will be fighting him alone.
Oh.
It is the only way the message will stick. I think that's why he wanted to do it. It felt, oddly old school. Like an old warrior's rite. A challenge.
An interesting proposal. But how do you know that this will be effective? Will the Maulings see the death of their leader, I suppose, as an announcement of our strength or an opportunity to take charge?
I don't know. What do you think, Kellen?
Well, like I said, Morlings aren't really brave, at least not by default. If you cut the head off the snake, so to speak, the odds are that they would scatter. In theory. And they do, they respect strength more than anything else. However, the fact that they are already here makes this feel entirely unnatural. So I can't say with 100% certainty that that's what would happen.
Well, that is good enough for me. Because I know that a lot of you will be there. And that is a great comfort.
I mean, worst case scenario, you still rob them of one of the more powerful leaders.
I'm not sure. Worst case scenario, I die. And I lose.
Well, I didn't want to be grim, but suggest you do lose. What then?
Well, I imagine he'd be taking the banner. The war song banner.
I doubt I or Alaric or any one of us would let him do that.
You don't want me to?
What?
I'm asking you. You don't want me to do it?
I think you misunderstand. I said we would not let him take the banner.
Oh. But you have to.
What?
If he wins, fair and square, you have to let him take it.
I am confused. Are you asking us for your help in slaying him or not?
I am asking for your help. But in ways that are not as active as you may think.
You want us to be your entourage, I suspect, yes? In case things are not fought fairly and squarely.
Right? And any kind of clever magic you may have would help greatly as well.
She kind of tilts her head. Would that be allowed, this sort of thing?
I'm sure he has some tricks as well.
What a strange sort of game. So we have to appear to be fighting fair and square, but in the background, things are a little more complicated. Politics with a sword, I suspect.
I don't imagine he will stop himself from using what magic he has available, what foul rituals they may have. I need the equivalent of that. If I go at it alone with that stew in my stomach, I may just die. I don't want to die. I want to win. I can't win alone.
Well, pardon me intrigued by this. I'd love to help you, to join your entourage in defeating the Slaughter Lord, but When do you plan on doing this?
As soon as it's possible. They could attack at any point. They could be rallying their beast as we speak. I don't want the town to be battered again. I don't want anybody to get hurt again. So soon. As soon as all of you can make it. I know you have your friend, and I know he comes first. I commend your loyalty. But I fear for the town. And with every hour that passes, it could be another attack, another foray, a skirmish.
Then we will be as swift as we had planned to be in the first phase.
Where are you going?
I believe north of here.
Would you have me with you?
Of course. We could use all the help we could get.
Gods forbid if there was a mauling attack on the eelid tree there.
On us along the road.
Morana nods in agreement.
Well, if we're worried about a mortaling attack on the way up there, wouldn't it be better to have him attempt to do it prior to us traveling?
What?
I've already asked for your help. I don't want to impose on your goals.
No. But sitting down and thinking about it, if he plans on doing this, and I'm not sure if y'all noticed we're all stubborn as hell. With what we're trying to do and what we're trying to accomplish, maybe taking care of the problem prior to us traveling might behoove us and benefit us a wee bit. Because then we're also not worrying about what's going on while we're away.
Well, Kellen, how likely would another raid be? Do you suspect?
Well, the fact that they didn't pillage the town entirely and level it to the ground and make off with all the villagers suggests that they either retreated or fought off strongly enough that they, unless compelled very strongly, would not attack again. And unless they have more numbers than they had originally, it would be even less successful the first time. The mention of this cloaked figure that Geralt spoke of makes me think that they're being controlled, similar to how Hain controlled the Maulings at the keep. Whoever is holding the whip, or the leash, however you wish to look at it, could force them to attack again, perhaps. But I don't think that I don't know if they would have enough numbers to really make an effective raid. I suspect that the one controlling them is trying to be more clever. And if it's at behest of our friendly terror, then it might have been to deny us access to the cleric's services to try to bring back Alaric.
So perhaps they're on the retreat, you think?
I don't know about retreat, but trying to provoke us, perhaps.
Perhaps they are reorganizing, maybe?
They have lost, both in fighting Owen, as well as catching Cole, and fighting off, well, ambushing Eliond. She kind of puts quotation marks, failed, as far as we know, of course. It might be wishful thinking, but perhaps there will be a moment of peace. Besides, she grimaces, they're not in a rush. They can just wait for the townsfolk to... Well, you've seen the river.
I have.
Correct. So if we deal with the Morlings prior to us going and getting what we need up north, as well as dealing with the river, it might be better because we're not watching our back for scouting parties or anything of the like. Do we really want to set out with more risk or weight against us and possibly losing someone else when we can take care of one of the problems and make it easier, more survivable? Because we're throwing a lot of if, ands, buts, or maybes around.
This whole time, Cyril has been kind of like almost awestruck at looking in Ashilde's direction. No, we are not going there first. We are going to get Alaric.
Yuria kind of steeples her fingers as she also looks to Ashilde. I understand that there seems to be a lot to do, but keep in mind that besides being, one of the oldest companions we've had since Kane's Keep, and being a part of the a son of both Kareem and Rofield, he is also the only one that knows how to replant the Aelid tree. We need him, and I fear we cannot wait around and get distracted.
Every moment that we wait, we are draining Olwen of his abilities to protect his grove.
Alright, and then on our way up there, if because the Morlings weren't dealt with and Olwen's besought again, and the Night Maidens in the town, what then? We have an opportunity.
That is just as much a scenario that is a what if as you are proposing ours are. We are going to get Alaric.
I'm not saying we're not going to go get him. I'm saying, if, for example, what is the point in going and getting Alaric back if we're besought by Morlings and then all of a sudden you run off ahead and she's looking directly at her, out of my reach to where I can't help you, and you end up in the same way? We need to think about this intelligently and logically.
Watch it.
That's
Ashilde.
harsh.
Period.
Watch your tongue.
Watch my tongue.
We owe this to Alaric. He would do
We
the
do-
same for us.
Correct. I owe it to all of you, but we also owe it to do it right. Not rush.
To do it right. So going off to slay a slaughter lord, that is in the list of doing it right.
You're not seeing the opportunity.
Opportunity?
Everyone, please keep in mind we are in the public eye, and how we carry ourselves resonates through the town. She gives the whole group sort of a scrutinous gaze, and then sort of glances back to the three that have entered.
Even Cole looks fucked up. He's part of the town.
Yeah. We have a certain level of decorum we need to carry ourselves with if we wish to keep the morale of this place afloat. Even Guinevere, even her emotions can reflect our own. We have taken a great loss with Alaric. And it showed. And it's justifiable, of course. But we have to try and keep a sort of... See her put her fingers to her lips. Most of us are peerage, she finally relents. We should know how the courts work, and how the people look up to us. Anyways, I still agree with Sylvan. Our first objective should be to take Alric back. To get him back, it makes sense logically. She puts that again in quotation marks. And he would do it for the rest of us. Even me.
I agree with the princess. I sense a great sadness from her. I don't want to keep her from her family.
If, she kind of looks to Ashilde, if you have issues with how we conduct ourselves in battle, if you have suggestions, and you have reasons for voicing them and experience, then by all means we can do that in a in a noble manner.
I wasn't the one yelling.
You were.
No, I wasn't. You haven't heard
Don't
me raise my voice.
Don't play that game.
Oh, I'm not playing that game, but trying to do that to me. Very well verbal manipulation there. But it's not going to work on me. I need you to understand that the risks of us going out right now, in regards to everything, scouting parties, them recuperating, if we have an opportunity to stop that, to stop our worry prior to us going out, why wouldn't we do it beforehand?
Well,
I want to hear the reason.
Fabricated that worry.
I fabricated that
There's
worry.
not anything that says they are planning another attack.
Everything is a risk, Ashilde. Fighting a slaughter horde is its own risk. Dealing with the river is a risk. There's just as much risk there of another setback as there is simply going to the Ayla Tree. Probably more, if you're concerned about the loss of life.
I think that us leaving, while they have several of their best warriors down and injured, with everything that's going on in the way that everything was besought, isn't the wisest idea. We have an opportunity to stop, possibly, and she stops herself, to stop further incursions so that we can handle it safely. Well, as safe can be.
How far away is it where you're all going?
The Ayla Tree is a little under half a day.
just north of here. Actually,
Is that too far?
I have a question for the DM. So in all of the discussions, is there any knowledge that I might have missed? Like, I don't know, how likely is this challenge to a slaughter lord actually to work? Would he even show up? Is this something that they even do?
Ooh, why don't you roll me nature or history, your choice.
Is the same, so let's do history.
The issue is that no slaughter lord is the same. Each are entirely unique and different. They have so many differences between them that to even call them morling sometimes is a stretch.
So I was more or less correct in the in-character assessment, is that it's just...
The other thing to note is that usually a lot of them, when they have titles and everything like that, have very crude, chaotic titles. Very rarely do you ever hear them taking on human titles of the sort of feudal hierarchy, a blood baron. So,
that is weird, isn't it?
off of that assumption alone, who knows how intelligent this individual slaughter lord may be? They may accept a challenge. They may guffaw at it and spit in the very ground that Call stands on and cut him down right there. Who knows? But something is certainly amiss.
Have duels with slaughter lords ever been answered in the past?
This is a question for you. Would the Grey Watch ever challenge a slaughter lord to 1v1 combat?
I suspect only if one of their own champions was feeling their oats that day. Like if it was the only way to sort of ensure victory, kind of a thing. Like, hey, if we don't devise a Hail Mary, you know, a lot of people are going to get hurt and killed. Because I suspect that the Grey Watch is probably more about, like, let's get him while he's sleeping.
So here's another thing to note for you, given your experience with Morlings. You do know, as well as a lot of chaotic and evil entities within the world, more tribal creatures react very well to strength. And the idea that you can best what is effectively the strongest of them, a chosen of Morin, effectively, could quell the herd or send it running.
Or send it rampaging, perhaps.
If it sends it rampaging, it's under the service of their new slaughter lord.
So they had to have one waiting in the wings, kinda.
No, I mean the person who bested the slaughter lord before. They react, again, very positively to strength. If you cut down their slaughter lord, depends on the herd, but some find just serving the new is much better than trying to avenge the old.
So, like, if you bested them, they might follow the person who won?
Mm-hmm.
That's creepy.
For a time. Or
Yeah.
maybe forever. Who knows? Again,
They
no
thought something better.
Morling is the same.
Right. Glad I got that part right, at least. Anyway, with armed thusly with that knowledge, while the bickering is going on, Callum just kind of holds up a hand. So here's the problem. We're running off of the assumption that the Morlings are even capable of rational thought in the same way that we think. As I said before, they are not alike. Slaughter Lords are different. Each one is sort of an individual. This one has a name, named after, like, Tirosi peerage, almost. That in itself is strange. So we can't assume that they're going to even answer your challenge. We could go to wherever this hill or whatever it is you want to do, plant your banner, and nothing will happen. Or they could just roll up on us and force an attack. It's not a guarantee.
As he explained, Cole has been holding up his right hand.
What? What is it called?
What does peerage mean?
No, like nobility.
Oh. What's his name?
It's a blood baron, isn't it?
Dargarok the Blood Baron.
Yeah, those dogs something. Doggerok the Blood Baron, which is not something that I have ever heard of a Morling calling themselves. Slaughter Lords tend to have really grotesque names.
Like Skull Cleaver?
Even that is a bit more nuanced. Like our orcish friend Spinebreaker, for example.
Oh, Spinebreaker is more than just a name.
I'm saying, but it's a name that has a meaning. You know what, even in a literal sense, what Spinebreaker means. But Maulings tend to just, if it's not some incoherent guttural grunting, I don't know. It could be Blood Maw or something like that. But even that's giving them a lot of credit.
So he fashions himself a lord.
In a way,
Thus he holds unto honor.
you're reaching.
Well, one's name is everything, right? For you mainlanders. Your name, your title. To be Terosi is to be honorable, right?
I'm just saying, you can't assign the same values to a creature that does not hold them.
I normally wouldn't. But he calls himself a baron.
If we knew more about him, if we had Grey Watch forward scouts and observers, I could give you an answer, but I don't.
Well, I have a way. And it's with that banner. If he answers, we'll know, and if he doesn't, we'll know as well.
It's still a gamble. But the one thing that we don't know, or that we do know, is that time for Alaric is counting down.
I agree.
So whether we answer this, issue this challenge to a Slaughterlord and take that risk, well, what we do know is that either, we have a very, hopefully close to certain possibility of getting Alaric back.
I should like to go to these... what do you call them again? The nature people?
Yes.
The Dryads.
Yes, going north to the Dryads and seeing if there's anything they can do.
I want us to go there. Princess is sad and it's making me upset.
And besides, it's not like the Slaughterlord's
I'm
likely going
sad.
anywhere.
Additionally, I think it would be a good decision to see how they have fared. Perhaps in a similar manner to Olwyn's Glade, they too have been assaulted.
They might even have some information about the river and its pollution, so...
It's settled then. We go there, we see what they have to say of your friend. And then we come back, hopefully with his help.
Alright, has anybody checked up on Amira and how she's faring and if she can even do this right now?
I figured that that would probably be a job for you.
Agreed. What were you doing last night?
What was I doing last night?
I meant today, but yes.
Well, I stayed out of my room. I went to check up on a few people, but it was my intention to go around and see what's going on today and help who I can, but if we're in a hurry... And yes, Alaric's time is counting down, but if the spell I use holds, it isn't counting down to that effect. And, real quick, out of character, Gentle Repose does put a halt on the days to resurrect.
Between that and whatever Olwen's doing.
Correct. It puts it, it says it right there in the spell that it does, while they're under Gentle Repose, the days that they're dead doesn't count against, spells like Raise Dead and everything like that. I can post it. I can post it if you like, DM.
Go for it.
Alright, give me 1 second here. Where is it? Level 1? Is it level 1 or is it level 2? There it is.
We are not so much in a rush as we simply have a focus. Thanks to you, we have a chance at resurrecting Alric. And Owen, of course.
Well, how about this, so we can at least have some forward momentum? We all have things we need to tend to, at least in the morning. We need to speak to our resident cleric, any supplies we need to pick up if there are any left. And then we have a half day's journey to the Grove, where we will hopefully get answers to 2 or 3 different situations that we're dealing with.
I have another.
Okay,
Dominic has to bring me the banner.
I mean, is that just across town, or?
Well, I imagine that he's spending the night at home, or he did. He must have been here the whole day with his father yesterday.
So, it's not going anywhere then?
I still would like to have it in hand. If that's alright.
Well, like as I was saying, we have things we all need to have done this morning, so it'll be a perfect time to meet up with Dominic, get your banner. Shirley can speak to the cleric, see if anything can be done. I imagine there are other errands that need running by everybody.
I think
I've
Marana
not
should.
any.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I've not any to run.
Well, those of us who don't have errands, perhaps we can assist Gerald or anybody else who needs some help before we leave. This whole town has suffered a big blow, and any assistance we can offer would probably be appreciated.
Hmm.
Even if it's taking out someone's trash, and anything helps.
Okay. When we're back, we can speak about, what help you can give me for this fight. Doesn't have to be now.
I think we're set on dealing with the Slaughter Lord, either on your behalf or behind you. Either way, it's just when and how, right? So.
Right.
We could peruse the general store for some items that might help you in your fight. I know I have a poultice in my pack somewhere. Perhaps there are some other long-term boons we can apply to you before your big day. If everyone else is busy with whatever it is they're doing, maybe that can be what we do.
Well, on top of that, I have this potion we got off the troll. That would probably work in your favor.
All right.
Well, seems that we're on a proper track. So let's see if we can help around the inn until breakfast is served, and then I'll go from there. Yes.
I don't think it's going to take that long to cook breakfast. They've been in there for a little while now.
Might need a little help though. Who knows?
Well, you've been here for months now. You would know. The help comes in. Generally, Gerald gets about 30 minutes to an hour before the staff show up, and then they prep for about an hour before almost all of the stores within Eliond open. Every store here opens at 8 o'clock in the morning. That includes breakfast here. On some rare occasions will Gerald and Guinevere open up earlier, but on most cases, especially after instances like this, everybody sticks to a schedule.
Even post attack, maybe it's just trying to have some normalcy or something.
Safe to assume.
Fair enough. Well, in that case, if we know the score, then I think Kellen will get up and clap his hands together and get to fucking work.
Okay.
I mean, if you guys still want to talk, by all means, but I think he's kind of good with where he's at.
He's falling back on the morning chores, huh?
I mean, seems feasible. We have a tentative plan, or we're no longer arguing. That's a good sign. So,
For my own sake, when are we reconvening as a party?
probably after morning chores. Unless you
Think we're
guys
looking
want to do
for
something
like a
else.
time.
However long it takes to do morning chores and then breakfast. Is that like 2 hours, 3 hours?
Chores. Sure. I'll say 2.5 hours.
Nice. Split the difference. Dig it.
Get all the chores out of the way for those who wish to do them.
Get some food going.
Get food situated.
And the stew for call.
I mean, I think Yuri would spend like time prepping for the journey, just
That's
getting
fine.
in her armor and stuff, and then also offering Silurial aid after having seen sort of the condition of their stuff.
I think Call, after he eats this too, he would have offered Morana if she'd like to go check on Dominic.
Murata does like kind of a quick glance around the room for a hot minute.
I think I should.
Well, you were asking me about him, so.
Yes. Yes. Whenever you're ready.
He's waiting for this too.
I think Silril would push herself off the table and go into behind the bar, the area back there, and just help out Guinevere. She wouldn't say anything.
Okay. I will say you will be helping out Gerald and some of the other ladies this morning. It doesn't appear that Guinevere is down here.
That's fine.
Okay. All right. We're gonna do quick little snippets, basically little blurbs. Ashilde, what are you doing during your 2.5 hours?
Gonna go check up on Amira and then Mr. Bolton as well, if possible.
Okay. I will let you know that while Mr. Bolton is here, Amira is in the chapel. There is not enough room within the singing tier and with all of you staying here for her to be brought, and she more than likely insisted on staying in her own room.
Quick aside, you said Audrey and who else showed up?
Audrey and some of the other wait staff whom you've not really interfaced with at all. So if you'd like to go learn their names, you can. But Audrey's the only one you know.
Gotcha. I'll wait my turn.
Did the Wisdom ever make it back, or is she doing her thing?
Wisdom more than likely doing her thing.
Fair enough.
So I'll go up and check on Mr. Bolton. I kind of want to assess the injuries and if it might be a poison or something of the like that lesser restoration might be able to take care of to alleviate until we get those herbs.
Okay. Making your way upstairs to Mr. Bolton, you would find him sort of groggy still this early in the morning, as he already being a sort of early riser. would sort of grunt as the door is opened, looking now to it and seeing you. And he'd sort of relax back into the bed. You would see that the bandages around his abdomen are stained, more than likely due to the fits or fever, what have you. In the middle of the night, he more than likely sort of tore open the wounds again.
Gonna try and assess it and see if it's more of a poison than anything.
Sure. You are gonna roll me. You are gonna roll me a medicine check.
Okay.
Okay. This particular wound almost seems to fester. It's sort of searing hot along the edges, and you would see that there are already sort of pustules that are beginning to form. You have never seen a wound like this before. And you would see that the closer you inspect, that there are black veins that protrude from it. It almost seems to throb.
So, I'm gonna try two different things. One right after the other. First thing I'm gonna do is the Warden's Ointment.
Okay. Go ahead and spend a charge. As you very carefully lather up the wound. It would cause him to hiss, his whole body tensing. You can see the sort of visible cords of muscle as if he's restraining himself from reaching out and sort of throttling you at this sudden motion.
Easy, easy. If I were to let you die from something like this, my dad would never let me hear about it. Hear the end of it.
There's this low grunt that comes from him as he sort of pushes his head back into the pillow. The 10 points do sort of stymie the pain. You can see him sort of visibly relax. But in terms of sort of abating this spread, it doesn't do anything. It allows the wounds to close, but they still fester.
She takes a look at it, taking a kind of assessment of it. I've seen nothing like it. Does it act like anything I have seen before or similar to? Trying to think here.
I'm going to say no. Just based on your background, where you're from, who you've interacted with, I'm going to say no. This is your first time seeing something like this.
All right, and then I'll try lesser restoration on him to see if that helps stymie it. Even if it is like puts more time on the counter to us getting those, since they do want to go up north first.
Okay. You would watch as the wound itself almost shudders as you cast lesser restoration. Go ahead and expend that spell slot. You would watch the black veins begin to recede, pulling in on themselves, yet there's almost this physical strain, as if they themselves are struggling to retract. You would see some of the discoloration, the contusion, the bruising that's here almost begin to fade somewhat, but it is still present. You may have stifled it for now.
Okay. All right, Mr. Bolton, if you're with me, that should get you some more time until we can get you fixed properly.
Give me a moment.
'Tis my hope, and she'd be speaking in Orcish.
You are speaking to an unconscious man. That physical pain, that sort of searing, white-hot pain that had surged through him with this sort of attempt to contain or control this, whatever this is, this early in the morning as well just seem to have knocked him back out.
I'm gonna rewrap his bandages since they're all like bad.
Sure. Go ahead and roll me one more medicine check. Okay. Easily done, especially with him not fighting you. You're able to remove them, cleanse the wound around the area, and then rewrap the bandages. When he awakes, he'll have a new set of bandages, and the pain will be eased somewhat.
Alright, I'll go back downstairs and then start heading out. I'm gonna stop at Kellen, seeing that this was done by a Morling weapon, and appraise him of the situation prior to heading off to Amira.
Kellen, already intimately familiar with the effects of certain boiling weapons. I believe when we get to him, he's already procuring the cure.
Like, I'll stop at him, I'll be like, Kellen, what I did bought him some time. It rescinded some of the veins and bruising, but it didn't fix it completely. So if you've got something that can fix that, I would find it quickly.
It is on the list.
Alright, I'm heading off to Amira's to see how she's doing. And she gathers everything and starts heading to the chapel.
Okay. Making your way there, you would see that it's obvious that the work has still continued. That even this early in the morning, there are some volunteers who are already out here cleaning up, sort of taking out a lot of the broken segments of wood. All of the pews are already out. And now it's mostly sort of an attempt at repairing. You would see a number of recognizable faces whom you've seen before, those from the nearby carpenters. You would see Miss Rowe, who's already sort of removing these sconces and is sort of getting new ones prepared and repaired. And making your way past all of them, you would eventually make your way upstairs to the second floor of the chapel. Walking through, you would eventually find Amira in her rather small chambers.
I would knock before entering.
There is a low groan, and then eventually a shuffle, movement around, before eventually the door opens, and you would see this almost ghostly pale Amira, sort of sweat beads forming along her forehead and brow. You would see her bottom jaw sort of tense as she appears to be holding in this expression, whatever it may have been, before it eventually settles when she sees you. Oh, right. Good morning.
Go lay back down. I've come to look you over.
Oh, I'm fine. I just need a moment to get my proper bearings, and then everything will be all right.
Insight check on that.
Sure, give me just a moment.
Liar!
Points a finger at it.
Liar!
I need to roll this and then add. It's very obvious the stubbornness that's worn on her features, though she tries to put on this very powerful bravado. It ultimately means nothing as she attempts to step and sort of has to catch herself against the door frame.
She would help catch her. Come on, let's get you back to bed.
I'm all right.
No, you're not. Don't do this to me. Listen. We need you at your best. Some things happened. I'm not sure if you're aware. Apart from everything that happened here. And I know that it is outside my capabilities. And not to mention, I hate seeing you like this. I know that face. I use that face. Now go lay down.
She wrinkles her nose. This dwarvish curse of which you are familiar muttered under her breath as she'd turn on a heel and eventually hobble her way back to her bed, sort of laying onto her back. This loud sort of hiss of pain. Right. They sort of caught me while I was out back, tended to a lot of the graves. So she'd sort of turn to the side and show this deep gash across her abdomen up over her chest.
Any veins or anything similar to
Medicine check.
Bolton? Okay.
Thankfully, not with this. But you would be able to tell, just sort of giving it a cursory glance, that it is infected in some way.
All right. So I'm going to sit her down. I'm going to use another charge of the Warden's Ointment.
Okay. Give me a moment. I do believe you are onto your second jar now.
I am.
Okay.
Being very gentle, she's gonna coat the wound.
Okay. There is a very noticeable difference as you lather the wound. You would see, again, much like Mr. Bolton, her body tense, that sort of physical reaction to the pain, before it eventually just the exhaustion of holding those, holding that sort of tension eventually just causes her to fully collapse into the bed.
Conscious or unconscious?
We're gonna roll.
Neither. Dead.
Deceased.
Conscious. It's very obvious that the infections, the differences between them, in situations like this, of Mira's is not nearly as bad as Mr. Bolton's. An infection all the same, but whatever he has is more like a curse.
Would I be able to discern that?
Discern that hers is different?
Yes.
Yeah, you discerned that already with a 15 medicine check.
I know, but would I be able to... Would my little dwarf brain be able to conflict that if it's not a poison, it might actually be a curse?
Hmm. I'm gonna say you don't know. Take a guess.
Amira would see the cogs turning, like in her head, trying to be like, well, maybe not. Well,
I heard from some of the others, and they showed me as well, that you lot found the diamonds.
right, we saw Cole running back, being chased by, well, a lot of things, and, we managed to help him out and get him back, yes.
Oh, all right. Well, that's One less thing I have to worry about.
Well, I'm really glad we did, because in all of this, when all of this went down, it wasn't just Heater that got attacked. Owen's Grove, the unicorn, was also attacked. We went there because, and her head would kind of go, she'd get that look on her face, that kind of far off look, and her head would go down. We ended up losing Alaric.
Her brows sort of knit together with the initial discussion, and then she sort of frowns, gives a very small nod. My condolences.
I wasn't quick enough, and well, let's just say I've gone through some changes that I also wanted to have a quick discussion with you about, because I think you'd be the one to talk to, and Reynold also thinks so. I had to speak with him at the tier.
She sort of blinks for a moment, and right now.
Well, while I'm looking you over, I just want to make sure you're okay, but I had the discussion that there are two that I worshipped, that I gave my homage to with you before. I got to see something, Amira. It was the most glorious, and she kind of looks down like a different loss, like another loss compounded. But also, it was the happiest, yet also one of the saddest moments in my life in the same go.
For at least sort of speeding this up, so that way we can, rather,
Yeah,
I can come
I gotcha.
back to this. 'Cause this is go on.
She would just go into what she saw in regards to the Great Library and seeing Ithune Emerald here.
No. What I mean is, Amira wants to have this conversation when she's fully able to.
I gotcha.
She wants to hear about the gods, but at least in her current state and sort of still racked with pain, there's this like, I want to listen to you.
What I was going to ask is to possibly borrow a diamond on hand.
Borrow a diamond.
If I need it.
Borrow a diamond. What type of diamond?
I would need one that was 300 GP.
SP.
SP, sorry.
She would be willing to sell you a 300 silver piece diamond. But borrow is a very dangerous thing, because the diamonds are meant mostly for the town, for things like the leadership, for mostly greater restoration. However, because you are who you are as a member of this adventuring party, these heroes, she can't, in her position, give a diamond away, but at least if she can sell it, that means that she'll be able to get a diamond again in the future.
I gotcha. She would also, seeing that she's not using her arcane heavily, she's going to ask a few things. This is just in relevance to us going out into. She'd explain what she cast on Alaric to keep him from that. And if she is able to do that and keep that up, would it make it easier for her or even herself, now that she has certain abilities, to go back and do that without it being a stronger spell, per se.
One more time, sorry.
Basically, she's asking if the gentle repose would help in possibly stopping it if she can get it on quicker next time. Because it was a little bit delayed to where she couldn't revivify per se. But she's asking if I'm able to perform the gentle repose ritual spell in a quicker fashion, would it help? Because this is her leaning more onto the clerical side is new to her, so she's asking advice, things that she's getting ready to set out, and there might be dangers.
If you're fast enough, and no strange circumstances withstanding, it should help you, right?
Yeah, we ran into some of them strange circumstances already.
But if you're just I can't really say. Most of my experience has been sort of here, sort of trained under my father, and the few times I have left, I've never really been met with danger, so to speak.
Well, I'm gonna be having a more in-depth conversation when you're feeling better. But hopefully this helps a wee bit.
It does. I'll call for you when I'm feeling better.
Well, we're probably heading up north to try and deal with those special circumstances. It might be a day or so, but...
Oh, right. All right. Well, hopefully in a day or two I'll be better walking around on my own 2 feet and such.
Hopefully, well, I'm hoping that the inability to get in contact with Alaric's soul, that wasn't able to be done, was due to an angry mother-in-law compared to what that bitch did. But we're gonna find out one way or another.
Do keep me apprised.
I can actually do that now. She
Oh.
kind of grins. Oh, that reminds me, I'm gonna hurry up and cast Sending, and I'm doing this to Nerea to kind of keep her appraised of the situation.
We'll come back to that in just a moment.
I've even got the words counted out and everything.
Jesus,
I wrote
yeah,
this
we'll come
bastard
back
down.
to that in just a moment.
But she'll start heading back, and she's gonna, before she does the Sending, she'll talk to the rest of the party. But she'll give Amira the nod and start jingling her way back to the tier.
Perfect. Call.
Hey, boss, what's up?
What are you doing during your 2.5 hours?
I'm assuming that the stew comes at the end of the 2.5 hours?
Did you pay?
Juria, did you pay?
I was going to, but then I looked and Geralt was fucking gone. So here, let me deduce that money for you.
That'll be 55 silver pieces, please.
Yeah, see, I came here with my mom, so I needed Jura's help.
You did
Fuck
mom
you.
pay for your nuggies.
Yeah.
Can you break 100?
He can.
Nice.
Fantastic, great. Because I don't have 55. I have 6 gold and 19 silver. So.
Okay. Go ahead and mark your gold down to 5, and your silver, you would add 45 silver pieces.
All right, so is the stew coming at the end of those hours?
Sure.
Okay, then, just as he'd offered Morana, he'd go get Dominic.
Okay. As you both split away from the party and begin making your way to the Bolton farm, you would already recognize a figure who had been approaching. You would see two things sort of clasped under his arms, both of them very fabric in nature. And him sort of walking forward, there's almost this very pensive look on his face. And he, until he's much closer, doesn't even seem to recognize both of you. And almost seems intent on walking past you.
Who is he?
It's Dominic.
No way.
Right.
Fucking weirdo.
I mean, he never said it, so
That's true.
come on.
That's true.
Right, so as he seems intent on moving by, Call would reach up with a palm to stop him by clapping him on the chest, essentially. Hey, where are you going?
That sort of momentum carries him for a moment, where this sort of still trying to step as your hand claps against his chest, and he'd look down, sort of look up and see you, and then immediately see Marana beside you, and he
Small wave.
very quickly sort of gives this small dip of the head. Sorry about that, Cole. I was just waking up. Just didn't see you. My bad.
It's okay. Long day yesterday, huh?
Very. Good morning, Marana. Pleasure to see you.
Good morning. Though I'm afraid our plans will have to wait yet again.
Some part of me sort of figured, but I don't mind waiting. What are you both doing out here? Or unless you're heading home. I imagine you've probably been up just as much as I have.
Never mind all that. He sort of renders it irrelevant with a wave of his hand.
There's a slow head
Those-
turn.
Hey, don't worry about it.
How's Mom? How are your siblings?
They're well, he sort of brings a hand up, scratching at his chin up along his jaw. She wasn't taking it too well, so most of the night was spent sort of comforting her and telling her that he's been through worse, and her grandpa was trying as well. Let her know, Warsong don't die, all that. So
While he's talking, what's he holding?
he is holding two sort of wrapped cloths. Go ahead, perception or investigation, your choice.
We're gonna try and perceive.
Okay.
Probably not very well, but
You would note two of them are of completely different fabrics and designs. One of them is this sort of beautiful crimson red that appears to have a sort of number of metallic rings bore throughout it, as well as a collapsed, what appears to be sort of strange wooden pole and harness that are there. Underneath that is a much more crude fabric. You would see that it itself is stained with these sort of darker browns and red. But you would be able to peek the design sort of along its edge, which you would recognize from some of the Morlings that you have fought, which is that of the crossed axes behind a skull.
Oh, claim trophies.
I got your flag. Come take mine.
Nice.
There's a kind of moment of, as Call is more or less stalling Dominic. She kind of takes that moment to recognize, and then more so begins tuning back into the conversation, kind of giving Call a sidelong look.
I reckon he wanted to stay here. Didn't want your mother to see him like this.
Well, I think he knows she don't. She'd be fretting over him all night, so.
Listen, I've got something to tell you, but you can't get mad at your father.
His head sort of turns somewhat, brows pushed together.
You gotta promise me you won't get mad at your dad. But say it. Don't give me the look.
Sort of pushes his bottom jaw out for a moment. This rotating motion. All right, fine. I won't be mad.
I'd like to insight check that.
Yeah, go ahead and roll my insight. Yeah, he's already there's that creeping suspicion that you can generally glean from people with the way that their body sort of shifts, the way their tone
He knows he's not gonna
changes.
like this.
Yeah.
He's getting ready to be mad.
He's like, I'm already mad
Yeah.
that this has to be okay.
He's getting ready to be mad. It's a great way to put it.
Okay. You remember the big fucker who came by? Led the attack, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, your dad wanted to challenge him.
And you told him no. Call.
Sort of.
Call.
I said that I'd do it for him. And you
This
can't.
this causes him to sort of take a step back. That initial frustration where you could begin to see veins beginning to bulge along the length of his neck, sort of along his carotid, where he's was already sort of getting heated. That
Yes.
immediately deflates when the prospect comes about, not of his wounded father doing it, but of you.
That hit of his father in him.
Rage.
What are you talking about? You gonna go challenge the big guy?
He sent you to get his banner, right?
Well, yeah, he asked me to get the flag. I assumed he. You can see his gears slowly turning in his head.
It was probably for his benefit that Cole spoke with him. Before
Listen.
he returned.
He would wheel his head over to Marana for a moment, essentially echoing her point, before looking back at him more meaningfully. I know what you're thinking. And no, you can't be my second.
You can see his jaw tense. Already gone and replaced me, huh? All right.
Hey, you promised.
Yeah, so did he. So, you know, so much for keeping those up, I guess.
Jesus.
Look, I know the talk. Your grandpa talks. But your father doesn't want that for you. So it can't be you on that hill with that banner. Besides, why would you want to go up there anyway? It's gonna get messy.
I don't know. I don't know. Some part of me, I guess.
Well, hey, I would have you. I think you're one true orc. Real brave. Strong, too. Big heart. But I promised him. So I'm fucked.
He sort of brings a hand up, rubbing at his brow for a moment. And then eventually works its way down to his jaw. And he sort of grabs onto it, rolling it from side to side. I mean, hell, if you go and die, chores are going to get off the boring. You're not going to die, right?
Hope not. I like living. I love your moms too. Like to have more.
I reckon she'd like you to have more too.
Your bird's pretty good too.
Thank you kindly.
Well, hey. I reckon I take those. And I leave you both.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I carried him here. And he'd sort of offload the Sashimono and the Ruiner's banner.
Ooh. Pretty thing, this. He ever tell you the story how he got it?
Yeah, though it changes every time.
Well, I like to hear the newest version. Anyway, I have to go get Shane. So I'll see you both at the singing tier later.
Boom. Mom's still real shook up, so I don't know if you'll see me much later, but I will be coming in to check on Dad.
Okay. Well, he, without skipping a beat, reaches over, hugs Dominic, claps him on the back, gives him a very earnest look. He'll hold him firmly for a few seconds before they're staying 10 to do the same to Morana, but he sort of stops and just pats her on the shoulder and goes,
Like, I'm gonna be coming with you, dummy.
oh no, he's intending to leave the two there.
Oh.
Yeah. And he'll go get Shane.
Sort of recognizing that, Morana, do you go with Call or do you stay?
Well, I mean, we were supposed to walk there. So, the least she can do is join Dominic for the walk back to his home.
Okay. We'll come back to that in just a moment. Call eventually making his way all the way back, fully around. Call, I have a question to ask.
Oh dear God.
Do you attune to the Sashimono?
Does it, in some shape or form, echo any kind of power or feeling for him to want to do so?
Holding it in your hands, does he carry it?
He wouldn't just hold it in his hand. Like a ship's sail, he'd unfurl it in the air, let it on spool, and watch it beat with the wind.
You would see again that beautiful crimson that sort of catches in the wind and immediately has this sort of rolling wave to it. And just...
I attune.
Okay. Understood. You attune to the Sashimono of the War Song. It is a uncommon magic item.
Oh shit.
While you are bloodied, you gain +2 damage. As well, your crit range becomes 19 to 20 while you're bloodied.
Oh my God.
So long as you are wearing the Sashimono. However, it does come with Warrior's End. You are more susceptible to bleeding and blight damage.
That's when I'm bloodied, or is it active the whole time?
That is when you are bloodied.
Okay, so then when the enchantment comes on, Warrior's End as well.
Indeed.
Okay. Yeah. He'd be holding it in his hands very preciously. He wouldn't attach it just yet. He needs Shane for that. And he'd just go to Reynolds.
Okay. Making your way there, you would see sort of sat out on the stoop, shield slung over his back with a javelin there, sort of resting along his shoulder down to his feet, and sort of tapping one foot impatiently. His head immediately snaps up when he sees you.
Whoa. Easy. Just call.
He'd push himself up to stand, sort of using the javelin for leverage. And he'd eventually work it into the harness on his back. He'd give a nod. Right. So we're doing this then.
Hey, we are. You look ready to skin steel. I like that.
It finally feels gone. That wave of nausea.
The fear, the apprehension, like wetting through honey. I know it well.
I woke up and I felt like I saw the a manticore again.
You saw a manticore?
Yeah, thanks to the whole troop. They brought me out of the ferry and I drove them here and on the way we were attacked while we were transporting Missouri.
Was that your first fight?
I mean, I'd fought some bullies before, but never really won any of them.
At this point, Cole just approaches the porch, but he won't climb it. He stays at the bottom step, looking up to Shane. Well, you're about to fight a big bully today. Biggest I've ever seen, if what I'm hearing is correct.
There's this nod again, this sort of having been hyping himself up the entire night, it's very apparent on his features. Yeah. For everyone.
That's right. Well, you seem about ready. I'm guessing she said yes?
That's also what I'm sort of psyching myself up for.
Ooh, the real fight, huh?
There's a nod.
Well, shit, Shane, I can't help you with that. And she's upset, let me tell you. About, what's his name?
Allard.
Right. Wants him back, and I can't blame her.
There's this more somber expression that takes his features. Much like the javelin stowed on his back, that rather wide, imposing hammer on his back as well. And he'd sort of give a nod. I don't blame her.
I'd rather feel like I'm sending you to the lion's den. You're close with her, right?
He nods.
Ugh. Lost him, I think she's going to lose you too. How you gonna budge her from that?
I'll find out when I see her.
Okay. Well, let's go. Oh, I'll need your help too with this. He hold up the banner.
All right. He'd help get the Sashimono on you.
Nice.
Strapping in the harness, this the sort of strange wooden banner that it is. That crimson flag now flowing in the wind.
Once it's set in place and it's hovering over Call's head, he sort of holds his elbows to the sides and just tests his center of balance with this new added momentum. I don't look silly, do I?
No. I've never seen anything like it, but I like it.
He'd be squinting up, trying to get a view of the banner behind him.
As you look up, it's almost as if the banner itself presents itself. That deep crimson and the mark of the war song.
How old does it look, DM?
It doesn't look old. More than likely, much like your weapon, a result of being touched by the current.
So it hasn't aged a day.
It is not.
Pretty thing, huh, Shane?
What's it called?
He said he called it Sashimono.
Hold on. What's it mean?
I imagine it means banner. That banner there is Mr. Bolton's old clan war song.
Oh.
But his name is Victor Bolton now because I think he wanted to honor his wife by taking her name.
Alright.
My mother did the same with me. But anyway, let's go.
Okay. On the walk there, sort of fascinated by what he's seen, he's gonna grill you on orc lore. Sort of try to get a better understanding of like orcish clans and things he's never experienced or even thought of.
Right. Yeah, he'd teach him about orc honor and how it revolves around strength and resolve. A lot of resolve. He'd give him his perspective as a former slave. Probably tell him about the tribe he was part of, or rather subjugated by. And give him some rendition of some example of great violence that he saw. Most likely another chief's execution or some sort of betrayal that led to a bit of an eagle carved on someone's back or what have you. You know, just to spice things up a bit.
Perfect. And eventually making your way back to the Singing Tear. As it stands currently, with you eating your stew, your hit point total is now 152.
We're gonna need it.
Holy shit!
It's temporary.
He's a
for the
large
next
boy.
of us.
I expect my investment to pay off, Mr. Call.
Rise and shine, Mr. Cull.
You've done a great deal in a short time span.
Perfect. Kellen,
Sir.
what are you doing?
Uh, I mean, he was pretty much just gonna do chores and help around there and chit chat with Geralt, and
So just
he
that?
didn't really have any chores himself. I mean, other than the ones at the inn, of course. I think of something I can come up with. Um, yeah, actually, he could talk to Geralt about King and the King's Man. Unless that's a longer conversation you'd rather have later, which is totally fine.
The proposition of him joining the town?
Yes.
Probably a conversation for later.
Understood. Well, I mean, if he finishes chores early enough, I mean, like, could go top up arrow making supplies, but I mean, that's not really a super priority right now, so.
You want to buy
Trying to see
arrow
how much I-
supplies?
Trying to see how much I have left. Freaking.
Pretty sure you have a fuck ton of arrows.
Yeah, but who knows how long we're gonna be out and about, and then I'll have more. We'll see.
You have 3
inventory.
charges of your arrow supplies left, which means you can make 60
60.
more arrows.
Okay, well then never mind. I don't need them.
Alright.
I think yeah, just trying to be supportive around the inn and yeah, offhandedly ask about the King's Leaf and see if anyone's seen any growing nearby that isn't, going to be river infected at this point. If not, then I know King said there was some that grew near their camp, but I know that's kind of far-ish.
If you foregoed chores, you would be able to make it out to Watch Hill, search, and then make it back in the time when everybody's supposed to meet again.
Okay. I mean, King's leaving anyway, isn't he?
King's here.
I thought he was going to camp in the morning. That's why.
Uh-uh.
Okay. Yeah, he's waiting around for that wisdom booty. Good for him.
Breaks his arm again.
Yeah. Oh, it's hurt again. I don't know what happened. Did you do this yourself? No.
Very presumptuous. Stop making so many assumptions.
Yeah. Why are you assuming? Why are you asking all them questions? I think yeah, he'll ask Geralt if he can. He'll tell him like, hey, I would love to stay and help you do chores, but here's the reason why I would like to go and do this thing. Is that cool?
Sure, it's no issue at all. I have a couple of the lads with me anyway, and they're gonna be working the bar and everything tonight. Going to be taking it easy today, so yeah, go right ahead. No reason for me to keep you.
I don't want to not pull my weight when I'm here, but the medicinals might just save Mr. Bolton's life. So
Don't let me keep you none.
thank you, Geralt. As always, you're too good to us.
I can say the same.
He'll nod, give him the handshake, and then bust ass out to Watch Hill.
Okay. Perfect. As you sort of make your way through town now to Watch Hill and approach, there would be a number of the stalkers who are on practically high alert, who sort of see you coming, and you would hear those familiar sort of whistles that they have used before in the past to sort of signify to one another. As you approach, you are recognized, Mr. Aldane, and sort of allowed into camp, where after some time it would be the crow who greets you. Sort of a raised brow, sort of seeing your hurried state, is immediately like, all right, what happened to King?
He's actually on the mend quite well. It's Mr. Bolton that's been hit with an infected Morling blade. King stated that there might be some among the Kingsmen who have the same fate. Blackened veins, throbbing wounds, pain, fatigue, all of that.
When you mention it, then there's the nod.
So, being in the Grey Watch, we've learned how to treat these things with natural remedies. There's a plant that most just consider to be a weed. King's leaf usually grows near running water. King had mentioned that there was some creeks or small streams that might have some near here.
He'd sort of gesture with his head for you to follow.
And he would.
A number of the stalkers sort of breaking off to go do their own thing now that crisis has been averted. And he would eventually bring you out to where the Kingsmen have been sort of procuring their own water, which would be a number of creeks that run through the deep woods here. Sort of offlow from the mountains nearby. They eventually grow incredibly thin and then just fade out entirely. And you would have free reign up and down these creeks to search for Kingsleaf. I'm gonna say, how are you going about this?
Well, I mean, he knows exactly what he's looking for, so it's not like he's trying to, remember from some kind of description, right? Like he knows this plant, so he's going to, use that knowledge and look for like the most likely places that it would grow, like whether the water's slower there or pooling, or if it gets wider enough for like plants to grow in or something like that, or grow next to. So he'll basically create like a square if there's a number of them, so like within, I don't know, like a half-mile square, and just try to gather enough to treat Mr. Bolton, and then also some solid root samples for both the Kingsman and the Wisdom.
Okay. Then I'm going to say this. I want you to roll me a survival check. I will say, because you are knowledgeable of the subject, of what you are looking for, and having sought out this plant before, I will give you advantage on harvesting this. If you roll over a 15, I will let you roll a d6 plus your wisdom modifier, and that'll be how many stems you get, or root samples.
Okay. Advantage on survival. All right, here we go. Well then.
Okay. Not only do you find Kingsleaf in its sort of more dense clusters here along the river, you begin to procure sort of large swaths of it. Go ahead and roll me a d6 plus your wisdom modifier. Seven intact roots, which, you know how these weeds work when they are planted and are fed sufficiently, they grow. So having 7 samples is plenty, not only for the Wisdom, but for the Kingsmen as well.
And then some of the leaves as well, just to do immediate treatment.
Indeed. Go ahead and roll me. I'm going to say the same exact roll, a d6 plus 3. Okay. So for basically every 2, more a crude way of saying it, 2 units worth of Kingsleaf, you will be able to cleanse these individuals of this infected, or this infection from these Morling blades. So
Was
you
there-
have
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
uh, you have 4 remedies,
And half of another one.
indeed. And should the wisdom or the Kingsman prove successful and these roots take hold, you will eventually be able to procure more.
Yeah, without hunting it down, basically.
Indeed. You will have a locally sourced remedy.
Did anyone in town say anybody other than Mr. Bolton was having those symptoms, or was it just him?
The wisdom spoke only of Mr. Bolton, but you would have known, sort of just by walking through town or sort of having learned from Gerald and the others, that a number of people who were hurt didn't all make it back to the singing tier. Many of them are treated at home.
So there is other injuries like that. They just
And the wisdom did sort of poke at the idea that not only is she tending to those in the singing tier, she's also tending to those abroad as well. So more than likely, there is somebody else out there who's also suffering from this ailment.
fair enough. All right. Well, with that, hey, sorry, my cat's trying to pick a fight. I think what he'll do is he'll mark the area with a piece of cloth, like hanging from a tree branch or something like that, so it's easier to kind of find these large areas with the King's Well for, like, if the Kingsmen want to come out and get it themselves or something like that.
Sure.
So
Easily
he'll
done.
mark that and then get back to the. Did the crow come with him, or did he just go back to Watch Hill?
It's obvious the current state of affairs, that sort of all hands are needed, all hands on deck. The
Gotcha.
crow did not follow you.
Fair enough. Well, he'll stop through Watch Hill first to drop off some, like one of the treatments and some of the root samples, and then tell him, hey, I marked the area, and then give him a quick, here's how you make the poultice with this, how you apply it, and everything like that before he heads out again.
I'm going to roll for the crow in particular. I'm going to roll for a stalker nearby to basically see how well they retain the information, or if they're going to have to come back to you and ask for aid.
That's fine. Either way is fine, but yeah. Just trying to make sure he dots his I's, crosses his T's, all that.
Goes in one ear and out the other for the crow.
Only good at stabbing.
As I say, he only cares about stabbing. The stalker, however, does understand exactly what you're saying. And when the crow sort of turns back and very wrongly talks about how to administer it, the stalker sort of shakes their head and corrects him. And he pauses for a moment and gives this half-hearted shrug. Yeah, whatever.
I'm just getting stabbed.
And then,
stabbing.
much like the sort of brute that he is, would follow the stalker back with the samples and the remedies and go to administer them. How many remedies did you give them, and how many root samples did you give them?
You said I only had 4 remedies.
Correct.
I'll do 2, and then bring back 2 for the town, and then I had 7 samples, so we'll do 3 for them and 4 for the town.
Perfect.
So plus they also know where to get more of it.
Indeed.
So actually, with that knowledge, I think maybe ask him, like, how many wounded do you have? Because if I can bring back 3 instead of 4, that's better.
How long do you wait for him to go basically get a consensus?
When you just follow him, like,
Okay.
just like, hey, what's the ballpark of your infected injuries, etc.
Sort of traveling through, you would follow him, and there are a number who are wounded, very much like a sort of scene out of like a World War I trench. You have a number of individuals who are bandaged up, bandages around their head, sort of arms in slings, some of them using these sort of crude mechanisms to walk with. You would find in total, I'm going to roll real quick. They have one individual who got bit by this particular morling blade.
Oh, okay. Well, that solves that problem then, doesn't
That
it?
it does.
All right. He'll give him the, the stalker who paid attention, the non so stabby addicted stalker, one of the treatments, and then make sure they know where to find more if it comes up. Plus, they have the samples to plant, if they want to do that whole thing. And then he needs to get back to town before everyone's like, "Where'd that guy go?"
Okay. Yeah, easily done as well, given that you are traveling alone, not encumbered by your party's presence. You are able to swiftly move through the various plains and rolling knolls that are here to make it back.
Ranger speed.
Do you deposit all of this with the wisdom as well?
Yes, naturally.
Perfect. Miss
Plays now.
Irene is more than happy to sort of see you. You would see that she'd be returning home, more than likely with the intent of procuring more poultices and remedies. And as she sees you, there's this very subtle sigh of relief, sort of perhaps having gauged already that you were successful. And when you procure and show her the root samples and the remedies, there's this very deep appreciative nod. And without so much as another word, just a pat on the shoulder, Miss Irene Calvert is going to go to work. The wisdom here is going to go tend to those that have been struck by this blade, and hopefully free them from a very terrible fate otherwise.
Yeah. And he'll give the passing comment like, "Oh, King, if you remember him, in Mr. Bolton's room, was complaining about the something about a rash or something like that. I don't know, but if you have time, maybe check up on him."
Oh, wingman! Hey, Kellen.
Hell yeah, buddy.
Why don't you go ahead? Why don't you roll me?
Jesus Christ.
That charisma check, maybe that Riz.
You know what? I'll say, given that she likes you, I'll say you can roll me a persuasion check instead of deception.
Persuasion check. Good thing I fucking took that as a. Hey, the Riz is in town.
She sort of stops for a moment, sort of gathering up these remedies, and her expression sort of tightens this very scrutinous look, or scrutinizing look, as she raises her chin. A rash.
Or maybe it was a pain in the chest. I don't know. He was talking through a cigar, so I didn't really, But I figured you'd have more expertise with him as your patient, so.
A brute, more like.
He's a nice fellow.
She sort of wrinkles her nose for a moment, but that disdain that is on her features is perhaps not entirely truthful. But however long that lingers, you're not given the opportunity to sort of pry any further, as with a turn and a sort of swing of her braid, she is gone, making her way to the singing tier.
Making my way downtown. Walk in fast. Look at her go. Kellen feeling like when her back's turned, just finger guns, like, got him.
Okay. Having successfully found Kingsville and brought it back to town, not only that, but having supplied the local wisdom with a means, a cure, a remedy for a bite from these nasty blades, I'd count that as a job well done, Ranger.
Feeling good, feeling good. And don't forget the Riz.
Well, we'll see what happens with that. What else are you doing, if anything?
I think that's, like you said, a job well done. I think it's time to get back to the singing tier before he's missed.
Okay.
So we can move on to other people and not take up too much time.
Panning back to Marana stood in the middle of the pathway there with Dominic as Call leaves. There's this sort of expectant look, like he was expecting you to leave as well, and then when you linger for a moment, his expression changes. Oh, right, I mean...
I have the time. I expected to see you at your home.
All right. I don't mind a walk.
Neither do I.
He'd sort of turn and then hold out his arm and sort of offer his arm.
Rana will give him a little bit of a cheeky kind of smile, but we'll accept it and we'll walk. And I think for at least starting out, it'll be some of that small talk again. Again, how's your family, and then eventually make her way to,
And more importantly, how are you?
There's this very obvious expression that Dominic wears as this younger half-orc. You can see there's that need for stoicism, right? This sort of carrying on like nothing is wrong, despite having just heard the conversation about his father, and the sort of state of his home. When asked about it, he presents, of course, the perfect family. Nothing's wrong, everything's fine, we're okay. And when the question's finally asked of how he's doing, there's a very audible sort of silence that he doesn't immediately catch, but would eventually sort of clear his throat. I'm fine. No, I'm all right. Just been a hectic few days is all. You know, I'm better now.
with a passive insight of 18.
Yeah, this motherfucker's lying. It's very obvious that he's stressed. It is a situation that perhaps only ever heard in stories, but now living it. The idea of your home being attacked, the idea of your father being wounded and laid up in such a way that you've never seen before. And seeing just such ferocity, it's very easy to tell that, if nothing else, the sort of next generation of this town isn't as experienced as their fathers and their forefathers, those that basically settled this place. And to him, it's this thing that he's experiencing for the first time. This
was almost an apocalypse to him.
Exactly. But in the face of you, he's keeping it cool. But obviously you see under the veneer.
And Marana's expression reflects that. Her brows knit, and there's just... He probably, as he's trying to deflect and look elsewhere, he probably feels her gaze on the side of his face.
I sometimes forget what it's like for other people to not live in a place that's constantly beset by nightmares.
His step sort of stammers for a moment, sort of hitches on the ground, and then he keeps walking. This look crossing his features, this very tense expression that he wears, his lips pursed together in thought, and it's very obvious that he shares this this look, this almost seemingly remorse, with having heard you speak of your own home before, and having spoke of basically the wall and what it must be like, just the night and day difference. Hey, I'm sorry. I appreciate you asking all this. It really does mean a lot.
She doesn't really say anything at first, but she lets her hand kind of drop down from like where it was in the crook of his arm, sort of just down to his wrist, and then give his hand a two-handed grasp in between hers.
His head turns, sort of now fully pulled from whatever thought that he had, now fully acknowledging you.
I envy you in that way. You know? Not growing up with the expectation of seeing even half of what you saw that night. I can't imagine.
Funny.
It's frightening.
Oh no, go.
The first monster is always the most terrifying, no matter how big or small.
He brings a hand up, sort of rubbing at his forehead for a moment. I mean, just I sort of, in that moment, I sort of envy you as well. I wish I could look at monsters like that and not blink or bat an eye and just sort of go toe to toe with it like it ain't nothing. I just, I wish I knew what that was like.
I'm not going to lie. It doesn't change. It's still as terrifying as the first time. You just get better at handling it. It's something I've heard the old hunters say. And at first I didn't believe them either. But the more I see, the more I understand.
There's a small nod. All right. So next time, no fear is what you're saying.
No, not necessarily.
You were supposed to lie.
I'm not very good at that. At least not very long.
I appreciate you taking the time to sort of assuage my fears. It's it is comforting, sort of hearing a badass like yourself tell me everything's going to be all right. So I appreciate that.
We're going to try our damnedest, come hell's or high water.
I mean, I believe it. I mean, I've seen you guys come back, and yeah, you might be looking rough, but I don't think I've ever seen you guys quit. So, I mean, hell, if you're not quitting anytime soon, I guess neither can I. You're not quitting, right? There's a very soft chuckle.
I think every single one of my ancestors would apparate from Malgrove at this very spot if I tried.
You know,
She says, not fully intending that to be as big a threat as it actually is.
I think my grandpa would be pretty pissed if I just went ahead and threw in the towel. So, I'll make you a deal. You don't quit. I won't quit. And when the world stops burning, whatever that is, we'll get our date.
Deal.
And she'll, of course, offer a hand, as is traditional with sealing any deal.
Of course.
Of course.
Which he would take.
And, what's his strength score? What's my
What's-
strength score?
What's his strength score?
Hold on, I'm looking at
Let me get his.
it.
strength
Just
score.
kind of, want to be cheeky.
Let me build a stat block for Dominic.
No.
His strength score, at least as it stands, is 15.
Okay, all right. I respect that.
It's very obvious. Most of it comes from his orc lineage,
Yeah.
but also, farm boy build.
Yeah.
He got it from his dad, right?
Yeah. But as the kind of shake, she kind of like try and pull like a fast one and kind of pull him a little bit down towards her and just real quick on the cheek, just mwah,
Okay.
be real cheeky about it.
My brother.
I think there's that sort of surprise that crosses his features. But as he's sort of pulled down to the level, there's no resistance. You can see and sort of feel his cheeks rise, him wearing a very big smile. I think that just improved my day. So, actually, yep, no, day improved.
And yeah, I think after that we'll just kind of walk the rest of the way, walk him home.
Okay. Eventually walking him back home, arriving back at the Bolton farm, you would, just as you did before, meet some of his family, who are sort of going about their own chores, and many of them happy to see you again.
Oh yeah, in front of the family, Marana is of course Miss Prim and proper, as you do.
Of course. Do you just walk him back until he eventually leaves and then you make your way, or do you stay?
It would probably be like the cordial, like 15-20 minute stay, see how everyone's doing, etc., etc. If they ask her any questions, what she can share. She will.
It would mostly be the youngest. And it would be the youngest asking you about all the scary monsters. Because not only has Dominic told the family how much of a badass you are, I imagine Call has told the family how much of a badass you are.
I can confirm.
Ah, Jesus.
And he is an embellisher, so
Oh, God.
Oh, even
Yeah.
better. Yeah, you're hearing stories of shit that you've gone through, but it's been cranked up to an 11. Like,
It's just like, the
idea
Marana
that
will remember this. Marana will remember this. Every
idea that-
detail that pops up.
you alone stopped the hurricane from the harpies. Shit like that.
Going to have to amend things with Call. The only thing that he wouldn't know is, she'd tell about the manticore that she is wearing.
Dope. Yeah, the moment you talk about the manticore, they are all over the little trinkets and baubles that you carry. Sort of like, so
And in that moment, when they are on the trinkets and baubles, she, like, clasps her face. I forgot! As she remembers what she left at the Harpy Spires.
Oh, yes. Somewhere in the spires, a tailor sits, twiddling her thumbs.
Waiting with the commission.
Looking around, looking back down at the commission that she's made.
Ghost, you were supposed to go get that!
Her fine work. Gives a nod. Goes back to twiddling her thumbs.
It happened again.
Perfect.
And she's just, as soon as she, like, realized that, she gets super embarrassed. Just full on, no filter, just like, oh.
Fantastic. When you make your way, do you tell him what it's about?
Do they ask?
I think there's that, sort of, again, that very cordial apprehension where there's the immediate, hey, are you okay? You're making a face. And then it's like, yeah, I just forgot something. They sort of don't press it. And sort of leave you be to your current
Mini
situation.
meltdown. It depends, is, like, everyone asking, or is he just, like, rolling up, like, what's good?
It would be him. A sort of gentle touch at the elbow. Like, hey, everything all right?
Yes, with everything that happened, I left something behind that I intended to bring back to Elian's and eventually give to you. And I forgot it. And it's all the way at the Harpy Spires, the Night Maiden Spires. And oh goodness, she's probably thinking I'm... Oh god.
He sort of pauses. A gift from me?
I mean, you've been giving flowers and dinner and all these other gifts, and well, I really didn't have anything fancy like that, but I had some work done. Made. That work made.
He looks genuinely surprised, and it's with how high your insight is. It's, at least to some degree, Dominic's a handsome man. He's a young bachelor. It wouldn't have been uncommon for him to have received gifts before in the past, but there's something very different in this regard, where there's much more sincerity in his eyes.
I mean, that's something... I mean, it doesn't have to be flowers, right? Because it's not flowers. They'd be dead already.
No, don't. It don't have to be flowers. Nothing like that. Well, hell, I want to ask all about it, but
I mean, you can. It's going to be a while before I go out there. Get it? To be fair, I had a good reason.
And she goes back to kind of like reasoning.
it's all right. No, hey, I look forward to seeing it, and again, how about you keep it till the world stops burning?
The world stops burning. That seems like a good time to go get it.
I agree. You can see immediately the younger family members sort of this very obvious nosy look that they all have, sort of trying to not so subtly eavesdrop before eventually
They're doing a 3 Scrooges around the Stooges
Exactly.
around the door frame, like,
exactly. Eventually, he'd sort of turn,
like go on, get.
yeah, sort of a dismissive wave of the hand, and you'd hear the giggles and laughter as they retract further into the house.
Right. Well, I think I need to head back. Off to go see more fantastic things, I suppose.
Well, if you make it back tonight, it doesn't have to be a date or nothing. You're more than welcome to have dinner with me and my folks. You can tell us all about singing the fantastical. I'm sure. I mean, we may not be like your friends who see it all the time, but I bet we love the hell out of it.
And she more just kind of nods a little awkwardly, but not as much as she had been.
Yeah. We'll see. Yes.
All right. Just so I know, if you do show up, just in case, you got a preference for your steak?
I think without even missing a beat, she says rare.
Rare. All right. Like blue or?
No. Just rare.
Slight deception.
Sure.
A slight deception.
All right. Yeah, I'll give it a sear on sides only for a moment. Make sure the thing's still grazing when you get here.
Holds it together.
There's a sort of wry grin that he wears. This joke that he's not even realizing that he's a part of. Before giving a nod, and he'd sort of turn back, and you'd watch as he'd grab, sort of hanging along the walls, an apron, and just sort of tie it around himself. I mean, I wish I could walk it back, but I do gotta tend the little ones, so.
Oh, no problem at all. I'll hopefully see you then.
I'll leave the light on.
And yeah, and I think with that we'll make our way back to the tier.
Perfect.
And then like just after being out of earshot, just the facepalm moment again of forgetting the goddamn thing. Just that.
Some night maiden shaking her head in the distance.
Summons ghost, shakes ghost. Like, why did you pick that up?
Squaw.
He's like, I do not a courier service.
That cost potato chips you have not paid.
Oh, I have to give him a couple French fries, and then he'll do
Correct.
it for me. All right, understood. Understood.
All right.
Correct. Neat.
Siloro.
Yeah. Worship.
You have 2.5 hours while your companions have split off.
I would be. So would be helping around the singing tier, not wanting to leave it. I'd pretty much cheap. Probably introduce herself to the waitstaff she doesn't know.
Okay. Give me a moment, I'll give you their names.
This grumpy elf thing.
Hi, I'm Silveril. Forcefully pulls out hand to shake.
Okay. You would meet, there's obviously Audrey, who is an aspiring wisdom. She's, not only does she work here in the singing tier, she also sort of trains under Miss Calvard. She is a sort of taller human, dark brown hair. Pulled back, you would see that the braid is very present over her shoulder. You would meet Anna, who is a half-elven sort of waitress here at the singing tier as well. She is from one of the outlying farms, and it's very obvious that she's more part of her human heritage over her elven heritage, with sort of more shorter ears, or her sort of what should otherwise be a sort of similar blonde coloration to your own hair is instead more muted, but also bearing that braid over her shoulder. And the last one is Clara. Clara is a member of the Craw family, who are the sort of bigger northern farms here in Eliand. Sorry, not northern. She'd be part of the Ludford family, Clara Ludford, which are the western farms, who I believe you've only met Susan Ludford once, and it was in passing a long time ago during the initial meeting, when you guys first got to town.
Alright. What race is she?
She is also a half-elf.
Human leaning?
She is not old enough to pick yet.
Gotcha.
Out of all of them, Clara is the youngest, and she is 16.
Sorry, what are the names?
Audrey, Anna, Clara.
Silveril would be going in, kind of like this angry huff, kind of forgetting that there would be people in there.
Yeah, go ahead, roll me. Go ahead and roll me an intimidation check. Mm-hmm.
Hey,
Give me
what's
just
up,
a
guys?
moment.
Probably a dragon shout of some sort.
Oh yeah. The youngest, whom as you practically slam the door open, was mere inches away from the door, sort of startles back, and you would watch as the pitcher of water goes up and then comes back down with this thunderous clash.
Would I try to catch it with
Oh.
telekinetic movement?
Sure. As it flies out of her hand, yeah, go ahead and describe how you catch it.
I imagine she comes through not expecting anyone to be in there yet. And this this draconic sound erupts from her throat as she opens the door, and she sees the water go up, and she instead like finishes it off, and she's like, "Phew, fuck," and like just thinks and like holds out her hand, and this like golden like shimmer surrounds all of the like floating water in the pitcher as she just kind of goes, sorry, and like slides it slowly down into her hands and like moves all the water back into the cup or into the pitcher.
Gerald, who's in the kitchen as well, cleaver mid swing onto like a chicken, sort of pauses, seeing this happen, and goes, right. Clara, do you?
Sorry.
No, it's all right. Clara, I know you've only met her in passing. This is Lady Silver. She's the princess. And immediately, all three of the girls, sort of their heads snap to look at you.
She just like smiles, like with this like tense necked smile. She just, hello.
They almost sort of attempting to, using one hand and sort of holding it out to the side, all of them would attempt to curtsy. Some more stiff and not as practiced as others, where give me just a moment. Of course, I close everything like a doofus. Whereas Anna, the half elf, seems perhaps the most practiced in regards to this. And Gerald has a very subtle grin on his face, seeing their reactions and seeing how you act in regards to these people.
She would at first kind of like being out of such an environment, there's this like hand of like almost embarrassment on her face. This expression in this hand that waves, and she she will bend, placing her hand over her heart and bow to them. You will need to do that. I believe I have stayed here long enough to I've stayed here long enough for free to not need such greetings. Very well done. They would welcome you at court any day.
There's a moment where they all sort of rise when you return the gesture. You can see Gerald sort of stopped his motions. He's sort of looking at you now across the sort of brim of his nose, watching you very pointedly, sort of seeing your stammer, your reaction to all of this. But as you compliment all three of them, they sort of look back at each other, very warm and eager smiles on their faces as they share this sort of quick laugh of approval, sort of critiquing each other in a manner of speaking, sort of like jesting and poking fun at how each other curtsies. But it would be Gerald who sort of gives a nod to the youngest, who would sort of stepping past you with another dip of her head, make her way out to the the people who are already coming in for their breakfast.
I like to imagine that Silverl loses like this concentration, this like reactionary concentration, once she like makes eye contact with Gerald, and as soon as Clara leaves, like that spot, there's just this bit of water that finishes falling that she forgot to put into the thing.
There's a low snort from the looming half giant who sort of strums his fingers across the sort of thick surface of the wood. Right. Is there a reason Princess has decided to join us back here while we're preparing her breakfast of all things?
Well, the rest of my companions set about the town. And I would rather wait here for them all to get back so we can continue onward. I figured to make myself useful.
All right. And he'd turn the cleaver immediately and sort of thunk, slam it into the table there, and
There's like a wince of her eye.
he'd sort of gesture you over. Still real. You're gonna learn how to debone a chicken.
Oh, Jesus. I
Damn.
think Silverl would smooth out her hair. Her very unkempt, unprincessly look. And roll up her sleeves and procure an apron.
Perfect. I want you to roll me. We're gonna get a couple tests out. To see
I'd like to
how-
intimidate it.
Well, good news, it's already dead. So it died of a
Success.
heart attack. I want you to roll me. I want you to roll me a dex check. Under Gerald's tutelage, and sort of being
Nothing.
under his tutelage, and him sort of showing you the motion with his own chicken here, sort of teaching you how to debone. It is a harrowing sort of endeavor for your first time. It is messy. It is sort of cumbersome as well, needing to sort of be careful that you don't butcher the chicken entirely, and sort of just mutilate it and turn it into slop, but being able to very precisely sort of cut joints, ligaments, debone. And for your first outing, it's a success. So much so that even Gerald's surprised, sort of like this brows raised look as he sort of is taking a moment to inspect it. This low hum of approval. Right. Well done. You ever done this
Thank you.
before?
No, most of my brutalizing is done in fighting. And there's just like this like ball in her throat.
Well, if you're ever keen on hanging up the sword and are looking for another job, love to have you back here.
That's funny.
Well, took the girls a couple weeks to get them so situated, but natural talent like this, I mean, I'd be a fool to not offer you a job. there's that wry grin on his face as he sort of leans over, that joking sort of prod with his elbow. All right.
She's like laughing like this. Then there's a moment where when he leans over, she goes, "Oh, you're serious? Oh, right."
No, obviously, I'm not serious. He'd produce another chicken. This time, this one, you're not only going to debone, you're going to learn how to pluck.
Yeah, Jesus.
Nice.
Go ahead and roll me another dexterity check. I'll say because you did so good on your first outing, I'll give you advantage.
Hey.
Unnatural. You're not only do you mimic and sort of flawlessly execute the motions that Gerald is teaching you, you are able to sort of pick it up with your own natural intuition. Perhaps having watched Alaric do something similar while cooking before, or perhaps just the natural finesse and dexterity that you possess. It is, despite being an otherwise sort of gruesome task, you do it as cleanly as possible, which is an achievement. Again, Gerald looks genuinely surprised and elated seeing how skillful you are. And sort of setting down his own recently plucked chicken, sort of this very approving nod. When you get back from all your adventuring and you're out, what do you do when you relax?
Crazy, I was going to ask the same thing.
You don't do nothing, do you?
I play and sharpen my blade and sometimes light, but no one will believe you if you tell them that.
Oh, I think plenty of people will believe me.
Don't tell them.
Roll me a persuasion check.
That's fucking rude.
Well, you gotta remember, you're talking to the town gossip.
Oof.
16.
I mean, you already know that I sing. What
Well,
more
yeah.
do I have?
Now, if the town knows you sing, they've been begging me for you to sing again. But obviously, you've been out adventuring. So, don't worry though. If you decide that you're tired, maybe you just want to rest, I understand. And if you want to sing, you want to come back here and help me cook, or even just relax, like we did the other night, you can. Don't gotta ask me. Just come on back. Put on an apron. Bust out your lute. Or, you ever smell the faint smoke of a pipe, just come and find me.
Well, here's the thing. I don't have a lute anymore. I had plans to get one made by a lovely carpenter, but I thought the carriage would be better.
I can ask some of the folk in town. I'm sure there's one of them around. I mean, hell, as the band has to have something. You know what? Next time you come back, I'll have a loot waiting for you.
You don't have to do that.
I don't have to do nothing. I'm gonna, though.
Sound like a very old woman I know.
I'm gonna take that as a compliment.
You should. She's made of gold.
There's this look of understanding. Something you've talked about before in the past. And he gives a nod. Well, I'll consider it an honor then, being compared to her.
Anyway, right. There.
Right, so now
Anything else I can do for you?
I'm gonna teach you how to butcher a chicken.
Ugh.
Mm-hmm.
It's mercy.
No mercy here.
Mm-hmm. Of course.
Having successfully gone up, you now get the full experience. Cutting off the head of a chicken and the process which follows afterwards. The grueling work to make the meals here in the Singing Tier, which you are now experiencing firsthand and with your own hands. How long do you stay with Gerald?
Exactly as I said. She wouldn't want to leave. She wants to wait until everyone is back so that they can leave whenever they get back.
Okay, so that is 2.5 hours of going out, butchering some chicken, collecting some eggs, defeathering some birds, deboning some birds, and doing a lot of the prep work. While Gerald is cooking the meals for paying customers, you are sort of setting him up. I forget that's called like a line chef or something like that.
Line cook.
Is it a line cook? Basically, a person who does all the prep.
Prep cook.
That. You are Gerald's prep cook for the 2.5 hours. Okay. Yuria.
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing during your 2.5 hours?
Geez. So she also, I don't think, would want to stray too far from the Singing Tier. So she would spend the first good bit of time just prepping her equipment, putting on her armor, make sure everything's ready. And when that was done, I think she would take a look through the doors to see if she can't spot Reynold. See if he's awake. If he's eaten.
This early? He is awake.
Well,
He is sort of leaned over onto his side, his good side. He has a journal sort of strewn out on the bed, and he is currently writing.
yeah, she would enter. King's in there as well, right? Or is it Bolton?
King is in Bolton's room.
Right. Okay. So he's alone.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay, I kill him. We'll step
Right.
in.
Roll me charisma
I'd lose.
save.
I think I'd lose. Yeah, she would sort of rap upon the door as she stepped inside.
His head sort of perks up. There's that look of expecting a face, but then sort of being surprised. And those teal eyes watch you very closely for a moment as he raises a brow. What's the matter?
Nothing yet. And everything. She smirks, expecting someone else.
I was expecting coffee.
Spoiled. Is there like a chair to take nearby?
Yeah.
She would take it. She would have the helmet off, maybe sort of sitting in her lap, and she would sort of cross a leg as she looks at him. Have you been filled in on the details of our little adventure so far?
I have. Murana was here last night.
I'm not surprised.
My condolences.
She kind of gives a sort of like pained smile. Temporary, I assure you. We need Alric. We are going to find a way to get him back.
He sort of purses his lips. I'll ask you the same thing I asked her. What if he doesn't come back?
You see she licks her lips. That's not an option. He's the only one who knows how to reseed an aelid tree. We need him back, or we're not getting an infernal anchor. And we're not hunting a phase spider. Not with much success, or chances thereof.
It just means you're going into the world below.
Like I said, not much chance of success down there.
I mean, you're not the same nobles who came through. Sort of wet around the ears. I don't know if you know it. You're much stronger now. Different.
Oh yes, very different. Still, I had Sharian elves as friends in Shademore. They have stories.
That won't lie to you. It's... Oh, they mean it. It is a different world.
Agreed. I'm almost tempted to see it. But to hunt in it? She kind of shakes her head. And with all of the things going on here... It will have to be carefully considered.
He sort of pauses for a moment, setting down the ink pen, leaning fully onto an elbow as he raises a chin. Why are you here?
Not a fan of my company.
Usually, when you're here, you have questions. You don't get to enjoy my company.
She sighs. You got me. I have questions.
He'd sort of grunt, rolling and avoiding the sort of deep gash that's on his side and the sort of remaining bicep that's there. And he'd lean back. All right. Ask away.
How extensive is your knowledge on aberrations?
Very.
She would get up and sort of close the door behind her, and then sit down again. I need information on a particular one.
His brow raises.
She kind of licks her lips. Zorok.
As you go to say his name, you can't. You open your mouth, and only strained words come out. And you would hear a low, vibrating rumble that resonates at the back of your skull.
Her teeth grit as she strains to bring out the words. Is almost surprised herself, very surprised, that the effort is futile. She kind of clears her throat and instead attempts to say his title.
Roll me a wisdom save. As you go to speak, you feel your entire body tense. That word, that power resonates through your body. You feel yourself locked in place, almost momentarily a passenger. But just as quickly as it's there, it fades, and you realize any attempt to give away the fettered loathing's name to anybody other than yourself, you will be stonewalled.
Yeah. She still sort of tries to maintain this relaxed state that she had, but it's clear like her muscles strain. And sort of like her neck, you can see her neck, the muscles in her neck tense. And with her sort of tongue caught in her mouth, she eventually kind of relaxes, and she's kind of unable to speak at first, out of sort of like a little bit of shock, an unexpected embarrassment as she kind of just glares at Reynold.
Despite your glare, that moment of silence is what caught his attention fully, and he sort of leans up again, wound be damned, and he sort of leans fully now, staring at you, watching you intently, his eyes sweeping over your features and how you're tensed, that physical manifestation of this bulwark keeping you from talking, and he sneers almost before it settles into a grimace. You know a demon's true name.
She doesn't sort of try to even talk again. She just kind of nods.
What have you got yourself into?
She kind of licks her lips. I've been with him for a while now. He's kept me alive. More than anything else. He has not only saved me, but Slytherin as well.
You can see him sort of watch you very closely, studying your expression. There's no judgment or contempt, things you'd expect to see. But from a Slayer, you'll find none of that here. Instead, piqued curiosity.
Her fingers kind of tap against the helm. And despite everything, I won't lie, he has his requests, but they are vague to me.
The will of demons is nothing a mortal mind can truly know. Most folks, when interfacing with one, they only get images, ideas, thoughts. You're talking to one. Most folks don't survive that. And if you know his true name, then he's letting you live. He's got something big planned for you.
She kind of, again, that pained smile returns, her fingers tapping against the roof of the helm. I suspected. If only I knew what that was. Her eyes. There's a moment of thought before her eyes sort of refocus on Reynold. And she looks to the door, and there's clearly like hesitation before she asks quietly, "You've dealt with aberrants before, haven't you?"
He doesn't need to nod or make any sort of visual acknowledgement. The look in his eyes is answer enough. Yes.
Have you ever been in the position to know a demon's name?
Once.
Or did you... She kind of pauses. Did you do what it wanted?
No.
What did it want you to do?
It didn't want anything from me. It's what it wanted from its host. It was a young boy.
The fingers stop tapping. Did the boy survive?
No.
Um, I've only ever been given one request from him. But I don't know what it means. Her fingers begin to tap again. Maybe you might have an idea.
His brows raise.
What does it mean to snuff the light?
Wisdom save.
There it is.
Okay. This time, despite there being almost like strings being pulled, like that of a marionette, where your body is sort of being tugged backwards, you manage to resist that sensation, sort of shrugging off the feeling and say and utter the words. And this gives Reynold pause. His eyes narrow and immediately sort of looks away from you, eyes dancing as if looking over his own thoughts. They could mean anything. The most immediate that I think of is the princess.
This gets Uria's back to straighten. He leans in, eyes narrowed. Elaborate.
Well, you've spent more time with her than I have. I'm sure you've seen it. She's much like you are, touched by the current in some way. And I imagine he'd reach up, tapping at his forehead. You saw it as well.
Guardian?
There's a slow nod.
I think it threatened me.
Well, if you were probing minds, I understand why.
Caught red-handed. Consensually, of course.
Doesn't matter to beings like that. I can only caution you. I don't know what it could mean. It could want you to put out a torch for all it cares.
I have half a mind to do it.
You might be done with it then. But I don't know. You're not exactly, among common folk. Your whole troop is oddities.
Indeed. Silver is certainly the brightest among them. I couldn't imagine it to be something as simple as just... She kind of grimaces, almost unable to say it. Eliminate the brightest among us.
Demons can be fickle. Sometimes they can be just as simple as that. Has it made you act not of your own free will?
You see, you're kind of... Remember, I don't think it has.
It hasn't.
Not until just now. So far, my will and what I say and do have been my own.
I mean, it taking over your body. You sit as a passenger.
She shakes her head.
I do not know. If it were as simple as just killing the princess, you'd have done it. You'd have woke up, your sword in her chest. A done deal.
It sent me a vision once, not of Silverin, but of Kellen. My blade plunged into his gut. He is... what was the term?
He's a Thorian.
Yes.
Duskbrand and I have talked.
She nods.
Again, doesn't make much sense. If it wanted it, it'd have done it already. It could be something cruel. Maybe it wants you to do it. Of your own free will. Or maybe it's a ploy. Something to make you commit something so heinous. You give up a part of your humanity, part of your soul. And that's what it really wants.
It's strange. I always thought of us as partners back in the olden days.
The days before you got strong.
Before it got strong, too. I feel I've been feeding it. More than just the magic of weapons.
There's a small shake of his head. When it got a taste. That's all it's gonna want. Before, it is probably suffering from Leth. A state that demons find themselves in when they're bereft of souls. But the moment you fed it, probably after who knows how long, it awakened.
How odd. She sort of blinks, and then remembering something, she taps against the red sphere, the cracked crystal at her chest. She doesn't say anything, but looks to Reynold meaningfully.
Hold on. We're gonna see if he's seen him before. is a shake of his head as you sort of tap at the gem. What is it?
I am to feed the light to it. And it will set him free.
That causes his brows to sort of drop. This very placid expression.
Despite Iria's almost languid state, you can see her face goes a little more paler as she sort of reveals secret upon secret.
There's not enough time for me to express just how much of a bad idea that is. But you're smart. Just if it involves you killing of any sort, get yourself away from the others. If you would. A mercy for them.
She nods. Just when I thought I could start to warm up to people. Guess it's back to being cold and aloof.
There's a moment, very subtle, and it passes just as quickly as it's seen. But you can't help but notice, or perhaps a trick of the light, a frown that takes Reynolds' expression before he'd eventually lay back entirely. Listen, I'm pretty wounded. So.
I didn't catch what you said. I had an audio issue.
Listen, I'm pretty winded. So. Is there anything else you need?
Yeah, that sort of reminder of sort of her position where they are. She blinks and clears her throat. No, that is all. I didn't mean to keep you. As she rises, she pauses, looking down at him.
He looks up.
I hope you understand the level of trust I'm putting into you. I won't lie, this information could put a noose around my neck.
I'm well aware. But you don't have to worry. I'm not an arbiter. You're locked out.
She sighs. I was hesitant at first. I always struck you as an intelligent man, if somewhat stubborn. And that made you dangerous. But we are beyond looking at each other with danger. If we don't play our cards right, the terror will have the final laugh.
He sort of looks down to the cut along his side. There's a nod of approval at that.
Rest well, Reno.
I hope everything works out for you.
That makes two of us. And with that, she would step out of the room.
Okay. Leaving Reynold and making your way back downstairs, I presume?
Indeed.
Perfect. The party as a whole reconvenes once more in the bottom of the singing tier. Let's go ahead. Let's take a 30-minute break.
Very
Yes, sir.
good.
I boss.
We'll be back in 30 minutes. Chat. If you have any questions you would like to ask about the game, the characters, or anything like that, feel free to ask your questions and highlight them using your channel points. And when I come back, after I've refreshed my water and the like, I will answer them to the best of my abilities, and so will the players.
Nuh-uh.
Alright, I'm back.
I'm back. And I'm wearing a sexy ass robe.
Does it have a hood?
Yes. Momo got it for me for my birthday. Techno, that's incredibly kind of you, brother. Thank you. I still think I have a lot to learn, and I think I'm getting better. In terms of games, this is my. I think this is my 6th or 7th game I've ever ran. So I'm not like what you would call an experienced dungeon master. I'm still very much learning. So thank you. It's very kind of you. Please add Electrum to your item pool for this campaign. Everyone must suffer. Mine, Electrum's already in this game. We use the silver standard, which means all currency sort of shifts down a coin. So things that you would buy for gold, you buy for silver instead, meaning gold and platinum are much more valuable. It takes 100 of a coin to equal one of its better. So 100 silver equals one gold piece. 100 gold pieces equals one platinum piece.
So it's like staggered pricing per denomination. You start from 100 and you go down or up,
Indeed.
so to speak.
Kellen, how are you feeling about your connection to the Kingsmen? Think it's improved?
I would say so. I mean, of everyone, he seems to be the only one who's advocating for them in the first place. But I mean, with them helping the town out, I think he's got a case for, getting what he wants and then getting what they want as well at the same time. So I would say, yeah, definitely improved. With this little most recent jaunt, no less, it's just like one more feather in the cap kind of thing for them.
Follow up. Do you think King has a shot with the wisdom?
Fingers crossed for the guy. Sounds like he deserves it.
Fucking matchmaker Kellen over here.
Oh.
A Sith robe? No, it's just this really nice. I don't even know how you would describe the fabric.
Sith robe is very apt, actually. Haven't seen it myself.
It's very nice.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
I'll have something else on your birthday as well.
Jesus Christ.
When you said happy birthday, you fucked me up, by the way. I was like, but what do you mean? It's on the 26th, right?
I figured to give it to him early. It's been sitting in there, and I was like, I got it in like last week, and I was like,
No, I got that. I just thought, am I having a brain fart? Did I not say happy birthday to him today and I'm a shitty best friend?
No.
Am I just complete fucking scumbag? And I had like the happy birthday on my mouth, like I had it there prime, and I was looking at you and I was giving you all the eye signals available in my repertoire to see if you'd let me know by that look alone if you were fucking with me or not. But I didn't get shit from you. You just said happy birthday again, like you were setting me up to be an idiot.
I tried to help. That's why I said it was early, so that you would know.
No, but by then I have figured out, no, this motherfucker's birthday is on the 26th. No.
It's on the 26th.
I figured it could be comfy until then, and then wear it for your birthday.
Yes, my birthday is on the 26th of October.
I need to think about what I'm going to get you this year.
You don't have to give me anything.
He likes vanilla and gold and black and
blueberries. He loves blueberries.
He
too.
loves blueberries if they're baked.
If they're baked, yeah.
And soft things.
I could send him some man soap.
He
What?
doesn't really use man soap. Better off sending him like a vanilla candle or something really nice like that.
Yeah, what the fuck's man soap?
It's kind of like Dr. Squatch, only we have like a bunch of Amish places and stuff around here that
What
make
the
it.
fuck?
When I think of man soap, I think of like 23 soaps in one. Cool
No.
gel.
This is a pretty all natural soap with like different oils and stuff in it. Like they have one that smells pretty much like a forest. There's no other way to put it, like pine trees and stuff like that.
Like
They have another
wood
one that
detritus or sandalwood? What do you mean like a
pine
forest?
trees.
Pine tree, like
They do have a
humidity?
They do have a sandalwood one as well. They have like an oatmeal bar with his. What
Yeah.
that's like.
Like watery vapor?
Yeah,
Like
I don't
morning dew? What do you mean?
I think I use stuff like that for like my beard, but for even like my hair, I have stuff that's like honeycomb, peaches.
Peach
It's
this.
just it's just a bunch of like natural soap. It's really really good. I like it too. I steal Atomics all the time,
Oh my god.
and he hates me for it.
You're just pushing them into my arms.
Bro, he steals my conditioner. I don't want to hear it.
Hey, Marana.
Like I get like money to spend on like my personal items, and he gets money to spend on his, and I decide to fork out $30 for like a decent conditioner for me and my daughter, and he's like, I'm gonna steal this.
You mean a decent conditioner for him?
He steals my conditioner. I steal his man soap.
What if he doesn't even want the man soap? What if he's like just purposely doing it so he can steal your stuff?
He's the one who buys the man soap.
Yeah.
Beholden by society.
He could very well use my body wash if he wants to smell like lavender.
That's the thing, he can't.
I call it man soap because it's
Mope.
they make it a lot of what I consider masculine smells, like that kind of pint, like they're reminiscent of like some Old Spice concoctions. Only that
Guys, come on. Women could smell like pine too.
I use Old Spice Fiji.
Nice.
That's what Atomic will use when he doesn't have the man soap, and I steal that all the time too.
So it's not bad soap.
It's woman soap.
It depends. No, it really does. Like when he's away for the weekend, I use the man soap because it's reminiscent of him. Like when he works opposite, like when he's working midnights and stuff, and I'm by myself. It's comforting to think he's here, but he's not here. I also have my not atomic body pillow too, because usually I sleep half draped over him until he inevitably shoves me off of him and crawls over towards the wall because he gets hot quicker than I do. As where I'm always cold, so I'm like getting closer to him, and he's always hot, so he's inching away, and then I usually get him trapped up against the wall, and there's nowhere for him to run.
Yes, be my husband and his 15-foot The Crown DM Dakimura.
Dude, he's gonna buy it. I know he's gonna buy it just for the shits and giggles. He already has it made. I sent you the link.
Psycho.
You're missing off on great merchandising, I'm just saying.
I can't do merch. I'm just a guy. But one day, when all goes well, and I get a bunch of, I'm flush with cash,
Dosh.
then yeah, absolutely. I'd love to do some merch. That sounds cool as hell. I see Momo's cute ass plushie, and I go, I want a plushie.
You can have one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll let you borrow it.
Yes. I don't know if you guys have seen the Momo plushie. It's cute as fuck. It's just a little blurb. It's a little thing.
It is a little thing.
Coffee mugs? Yeah, but I don't drink coffee, so that's be a little fucked up for me to be like, yeah, buy my facial this coffee mug. This thing I definitely use.
A drink cozy for cans of Nos.
There you go. Much more accurate.
I'm actually having one of Atomic's Christmas presents made right now.
I'm definitely gonna steal Sizzle's idea of the shirt, which is I got it from 4th edition. I want my sexy crown rogue energy tumbler, whale ruffian. Code crown to get you 20% off using exclamation rogue on checkout, baby, on any of their products that's not merchandise. Or, yeah, merchandise. There hasn't been I mean, they just introduced a new flavor, but there hasn't been much in the way of rogue stuff lately. I think the last big rogue thing was back in August.
Teehee.
So,
Teehee.
what the hell are you teeheeing for?
For nothing. Teehee.
Hole.
Teehee.
What the fuck?
Wait, don't just ever teehee, jeez.
No, you.
That sounds like a guilty tee. She's hiding.
Sometimes, but it's usually in a
ruined it.
threatening manner.
She ruined it. She went through and destroyed Rogue's stock, so they got fucked.
You
Ha!
a
Got him.
little sus alien.
What are you talking about? What's up?
Sus.
What's up?
So
I will call the police.
Teehee.
Anyway,
I know what I can get you for your birthday.
you don't have to give me anything. Just being my friend is enough.
Well, I'm gonna see if I can get them made for you too. I'm getting Atomic Viking style drinking horns
Whoa.
made.
Why would you tell him?
Because I don't know if I can get them made in time. If I can, I'm gonna try and get them to him.
I'm going to give you a cock ring.
Oh my. Let's go. You have to do it while on one knee.
Mm.
Yeah, you have to propose.
I'll put it
when
on
you're
you.
Here. When you get here, you'll put it on me.
Next week, yeah.
Nice. You show up next week? Perfect.
Yep.
Is it the 17th or the 21st?
21st.
Nice.
Yep. I'm going to have the crown cock ring for you. It's going to be spiky too, just like your crown.
Jesus.
Yeah, be careful.
I
A half circle radiating
dangerous
5
game.
points of power.
That's right.
wonder if I could figure out a way to get we have a couple meaderies around here. If I could ship you guys some mead.
Holy shit. Imagine a cock ring, but it's like the stress symbol for Darkest Dungeon.
It radiates with power.
Madness.
Yeah, it's horny energy. It's too much.
Oh, our horny energy's too
Hey,
much?
hey, don't bring me
Huh?
in.
Hey, what are you doing throwing
Huh?
rocks in this glass house you got?
Yeah, what the fuck?
Look, okay. What's up?
What's up? I don't know. What's up? You tell me, bud.
Everybody back.
Tell me what's up.
Don't tell me how to live my life. You don't fucking know me. I'm fucking crazy.
I know you.
I'm fucking crazy.
I'm fucking crazy.
Where's that goddamn vampire at? Stop yelling at your cats and get back here.
Be careful. She's gonna come back and yell at you.
I'll just mute. I can run away. Her cats can't.
Haha. I'm here. I've been
Ah,
here.
well,
I'm just
you-
dumb.
What the fuck?
My cat got on the table and it hit the mouse, and the mouse muted my
You-
fucking thing, and
been
I just
talking?
realized. Yes, yes.
Oh my god.
Oh, hey.
Well, give us a synopsis of everything you've been saying.
I can find meat as well, and I can also find someone who can probably make, weld up the cock ring for you if you're really that curious. But yeah, I don't know. Oh. I was wondering
Okay,
why people kept talking, and I was like, okay, goodbye.
Yeah,
It's because I'm big stupid.
no, your cat's a little saboteur.
Yeah, she's mad I'm leaving.
Again, I'm sick and tired of this.
And then I gotta do it again at the end of the month.
Let's fucking go.
I'm sick and tired of
I
this,
am
Mom.
throwing up in your bed every night you're gone.
It's
won't
just gonna be
know.
like a layer of squish.
I'll eat it, but when you come back, you'll know.
You come home at like 10 o'clock at night, been on a plane, and then you just want to lie in your bed. Hoo hoo hoo.
You will know
I can't let you do that.
true
Yeah.
pain. We'll save that question for the end goal. Smart.
Huh?
So, the party reconvenes at the top of the hour. It is currently 9 in the morning. The invigorating stew is brought out for your companion call. His hit points have increased dramatically, up from 117 to 152.
Disgusting.
That right there, that's a fucking barbarian.
Oh.
Yeah.
Fucking rolls up to the Slaw Lord. You can't possibly fight me. Call over there with like a spoon in his mouth.
Well, I had my stew.
He's got like poultice like powder under his armpits. Like baby powder.
Just try to stop me.
I'm unstoppable.
I deal psychic damage.
I
What?
mean,
Oh. But Bloodburn. I know, it gets him every time.
Yeah, you fell for my ruse, idiot.
It's a mind flare, just rolls up. Hey.
Stun.
No.
Brain eat.
the elixir of heroism I plan on giving him will give him an additional 10 too for temporary.
There you go. Okay.
He gonna be chunky boy.
As you all are back here now eating your breakfast. What are we doing now, party?
I'll
I believe
praise-
after. What?
I was gonna say I'd praise them of the situation while we were eating. With Amira and everything. Give me a second, I'm starting to see.
What? Trying to seize?
Sneeze.
God.
I had COVID. Leave me alone. Anyway, I'd let them know that Amira was hurt, but she should be okay here in a little bit, so we can go up north and should be fine.
So what are you going to tell the tree people when you get there?
Well, I think the first thing is to figure out the nature of the bargain that was struck for Saul, as well as inform them that the knowledge of receiving that tree would die with him if we are unable to convince them to let him to come back.
So you made a deal with the Dryads and now you need to get him out of the deal?
made some kind of bargain. For his life and then some, apparently.
Why? Why would he do that?
Apparently his life had depended on it. Oh, so he believed.
Huh. Strange guy. So what if they say no? Are we going to kill them? I mean, we need him back, right? Your friend and all.
I
I don't
don't
think
know.
it would be wise to kill them,
Mm.
Silril says as she steps down the stairs, putting together the last piece of leather of her chest piece.
But if they're holding onto his soul, what else could you do?
Good question.
Beg, she says, sitting down.
Hmm.
Or another deal might need to be struck.
And she looks over to Siluril.
I mean, it was the deal that got you into this fix to begin with. Why make another?
It is by far not the first plan. But it could be available. What I'm saying is, if there are other ways, we should take them. But if our options run short, that might be a consideration.
What other deal would they take?
Seems to me a bit in almost bad fate. He perishes, they keep him, and then they grab someone else out of the grief and loss of him. Feels almost like being shook down by mud devils.
I couldn't agree more, especially given their complete lack of aid when we asked for it. And here we are, one post-fight terror and Alric gone. One of a more paranoid mind might have even theorized it was a setup.
Sure feels like it. Like he had all this good intention and he bit more than he could chew.
Yes. But we needed what he could chew. We needed what he knew. We have to hunt a phase spider. It is a source, as far as I understand it, of the terror's power. Which is a problem, because in order to fight that, we need an infernal anchor. In order for that, we need an aelid tree seed. So... She kind of grimaces. If we cannot have Alaric's soul, and attempt the reseed process of the pale tree once again, then we might not have any other choice but to rip it from the aelid tree that stands before us. Or that will stand before us when we're there.
I don't think you should do that. That upset the Harpies. And you're all friends now. Why would you want to do that?
Oh, I'm not going to rip the seed from the Harpies, aelid tree.
Oh, You mean the one up there?
Mm-hmm.
That will do not but bring danger to Alliance.
Elion already has danger.
Let
And
us
they're not
add
helping.
to it.
She nods to Call.
Way I hear it, they're just sitting in their grove. Doing what? Judging us from afar? Like some kind of ivory tower? Look at the water. Color of blood. Haven't seen a single one of them come down here and help or even offer any kind of advice. And now they're holding your friend's soul hostage. What kind of friend are those?
I guess we'll see when we get there. We have one ally in this, I think. Hemia. A friend. A companion of Alex. A dryad. She might be willing to help us to plead our case. That what we do is for the good of the matriarch's realm as well as Elion's people. But last time I argued that, for the sake of alliance, I was denied. Somehow there seems to be bigger problems to the Dryad Matriarch's rulership than a creature that has been festering for nigh on 2 ages now, I think.
Why do you think they denied you?
If I knew the mind of a Dryad Matriarch, I might have been able to convince her otherwise. I don't know.
Do you think they'd have any reason not to trust you? I mean, Call grows a little bit more reticent now, as though he's ashamed to even say it. And he stirs his stew for a bit. You don't sound like you're from around here. Maybe that made them feel a bit off.
You think the matriarch of forest dryads care if I'm Caressian?
They're all about the land, right? I hope. Well, you're not from this land.
No, I suppose I'm not. But they are, she gestures to everyone else.
And she seemed to take a liking to you, Kellen.
Somewhat.
Right.
Don't really know the extent of that goodwill, however.
Maybe it came from the wrong mouth?
There is another possibility that we also have to be prepared for. What if they deny Alaric's soul but offer to teach somebody else to reseed the tree? What then?
Well, then, problem solved, right?
Excuse me?
Well, you said you needed the runes to seed the tree.
We need Alaric.
We
You
need
can
both.
Can you still get him?
A lot
And-
of this is conjecture.
And
I
with
think we'll have to figure out how to approach the situation as we see it.
There's really no point in theorizing the worst case scenarios that can come up. The only way we're going to know is if we go there and see for ourselves.
Right. Well, I'm done eating. I can do now. How about the lot of you?
I would be ready to go. Yes. I've been waiting.
Has everybody else had an eventful morning?
One of Yuri's eyes twitch, but she doesn't make a comment.
Good enough.
Okay, pardon. If there's no objections, then we're heading to the Elid tree.
Yeah.
Yes.
Start moving your token.
What? Just like that?
Start moving the token so that we can leave the town. Going through all the buildings.
Sorry, I don't know why I turned it into
Whoa.
a song.
And we're back. Someone forgot their shoes.
Come on.
Uh,
Perfect. Okay. Just for my own sake, because it is overland travel, who is leading?
Orange boy.
I guess if we're gonna move fast, unless it doesn't matter since it's such a short distance.
It's still traveling a hex.
All right, then I'll go.
Who is perceiving?
I can attempt to perceive.
Okay. Kellen, go ahead and roll me a d12. Rana, go ahead and roll me a perception check, please. Okay. Thankfully, there's nothing that blocks your path. Marana, however, you would feel this tension, as if the forest itself is sort of spooled tight, like a spring ready to snap at a moment's notice.
Careful.
There's a strange sort of energy, not only from your companions, but from the forest and from your own sort of specters that follow you.
ooh, they're feeling not great. Are the specters themselves kind of like vaguely distressed and or stressed out?
The ranger in particular, known for being very stoic and being very calm, their attention seems to be sweeping back and forth much more frantically than before. There's a strange sort of vibe.
Marana kind of looks back to the others.
Careful. Something's not right in these woods. Keep an eye on the tree line. Keep an eye on each other.
We have to remember as well that our friend, the one who was with Alaric, stayed behind. We will not have her testimony.
Can I do the 1 minute for the primeval awareness?
Sure.
Okay, so let's see. Through in concentration. 1 uninterrupted minute in concentration. You can sense whether any of your favorite enemies are present within 5 miles of you. Monstrosities, aberrations.
Let's see the card.
Second half. So I know there's a lot in the first half.
Yes. Within 5 miles? Yes, you do. Dozens, in fact. Sort of segmented. You would catch them at the sort of edge of your senses, your attenuation to the forest as a whole. But there are a lot of Morlings in the forest. Not any directly on you, but you sense them.
Okay. So a great number, but in all kind of all over at random, like in small groups.
Small fists.
Which is about how many?
I'm going to say their general size is like minimum is usually 20.
General direction and distance. Okay, so they're all kind of about 4 to 5 miles out, but all over.
In just this hex. At least this portion of the hex you're in.
I think that
I will
would
say,
be. Let's go ahead. Sorry.
though your own connection to the forest allows you this sort of ability, the voice of the sort of the world that tells you through your own feelings, this sensation that's been brought to your attention. These Morlings are not the source of this strange sensation.
Well, that's. Yeah, I mean, that's fine, but still good to know. So using that knowledge of like that they're out there, the general direction, all that. Would it be possible to sort of navigate around them at that point?
Well, like I'm saying, they're not anywhere near you. They're at like the edge of those senses. You don't have any within like a mile or even like 100 feet of you.
But aren't we still traveling like a good distance, or have we arrived?
This would be I basically took this as you guys arriving. Is when you did this.
Okay. Well, then in that case, I think Kellen would just, to corroborate Marana's statement, he would do the thing where he kind of like crouches down and concentrates for a moment, and then when he stands up after that minute, he'll inform everyone about several fists of Maulings about 4 or 5 miles out. All over the place, though.
How much is a fist?
Anywhere between 20 to 40.
That is a lot.
It is a lot. They aren't near, but they are out there.
Oh, shit. Well, you were right. You reckoned the shit out of them, Ranger. They're still around.
Of course, the Slaughter Lord and its puppet master are still around, so they are likely milling about, trying to gather and consolidate whatever's left of their forces before they launch another attack.
I don't think so. I think they will try for something else. Something else that we harbor of importance. When they attacked the Alliance, they only went for one place.
Well, we are just about at the Grove. I wonder if they've already been here. We'll have to find out.
I should hope not.
We should hurry. We should pick up the pace. Go faster, I think.
It's just up the way, and we'll see. But at least we know that what's out there, so just keep an ear out.
Just our shitting luck.
I don't think fate has anything to do with this.
God, why is the camera jumping around so much?
I don't have control of my token. I can't move.
Don't have control over your token.
Me neither. Ice cream.
Yeah. Oh,
Dad.
our bar tokens, we've been killed.
Yay.
We never made it.
Ah,
We've been abducted by aliens.
yes, that is exactly what happened.
Skinwalker's out tonight again.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Oh god, one shield is not all I can fucking handle. Take her away.
Jesus.
You get 2.
Which one's the real one?
Yes.
I shoot both to be safe.
You have
That
free,
was the only way.
free movement over the map, party.
I think Silril would walk up and kind of reach a hand to rest on Kellen's shoulder.
I think he would pause and look over at her with a raised brow.
They responded to you with an interest last time we were here.
The tree did, anyway. I
Fell.
suppose the mother of the Dryads did too. So you're
Yes.
suggesting I take the lead?
I mean, I was going to say that. She'd just tap his shoulder and let go.
He was just guessing what she was on about.
Silverun, I think you should back him up.
Oh, trust me, I don't think that my mouth could prevent me from doing so.
Hello, piglets.
Oh god, you guys are so... Oh no, guys, I better skirt.
No.
Shieldy, where the fuck are you?
Stubby little dwarf legs.
Give me a moment coughing.
Imagine.
You note as you walk past a number of the piglets sort of are just very absent in their perusing of the earth. Snouts pressing into the grass and dirt, uprooting small stemmed vegetables, and just rather quiet compared to how you've seen them before.
So, why all the fucking pigs?
They live here, Cole.
Oh. Is there a bank of truffles under that tree that I don't know of?
Say that word.
Oh.
I'll just get closer to the tree. Now all the pigs are just like, that got them woken up. They all fucking en masse swarm him. Get him! Beat him!
You would see the one that turned, and as it looks at you, there's this almost dismissive snort as it eventually turns its attention back.
Oh,
You had it for a moment.
you are not the one.
Not the truffle bear. He is Trufflekin.
Okay.
As I approach the tree.
You approach the tree. As you get close, you can feel that sensation, that warmth that the tree itself radiates. This almost fleeting connection that you had shared with it before. What are you doing, Kellen?
No dryads, no Murrick, no nothing, huh? It's just quiet out here, is it?
You look around. You do not see Muruk. You do not see Agro. Nor do you see any dryads.
Looking around, not spotting anything. I think he'll take that breath and then approach the trunk and press his hands to it. And see if he can reach out to the dryad and the mother of dryads in some way.
Okay. High or low?
Oh, hi. Of course.
As you press your palms to the surface of the Elid tree's trunk, you feel that connection. Like a lock being clicked into place. That very satisfying feeling. And for a moment, energy courses through you, running throughout the entirety of your body, and then discharging itself through your feet like electricity. A minute passes. 2. How long do you stay here, Kellen?
And everyone's kind of depending on this particular matter, so I guess he will give it a few more minutes at least, if not a little longer. If 10 minutes go by and nothing happens, I think he'll have to report that there's nothing happening.
Okay. Give me just a moment. As you call out, your hands sort of hold the Elid tree. You would feel that sudden pulse again, this time much sharper, this very harsh sensation that racks the entirety of your body. Roll me a Constitution saving throw.
16.
As you are sort of overwhelmed with this power momentarily, your head snaps backwards. You are not blinded or debilitated by this sensation. Instead, it offers you this moment of clairvoyance. Your eyes are pulled away and drawn through the Elid tree. And for a moment, the place you're in is dark, cold. You would see this sort of strange swaying motion, and you realize that you are looking through the eyes of another, an individual who's walking, an individual who is now reaching the mouth of a cavern with their hand, this strange, articulated, sort of black plate armor resting against the sort of cavern wall, and they are watching out. You would see their eyes sweep over the forest before eventually your hands are ripped free, this surge of power so overwhelming that it shocks your senses, but you are not knocked prone or knocked away. For a moment, you feel like with your blood, your heritage, it connected you to somebody who shared that heritage.
Hmm.
You would hear a small hum, finally, after several long moments. An individual whom you've never seen before. You would see their sort of long orange and brown hair sort of pushed at either side of their face, now resting over their shoulders. There are individual braids that run throughout, most of them framing the side of their face. Currently, they're wrapped in this dark brown, what appears to be a blanket or sort of cloth of some sort, which drags behind them with these wide brass sort of circles or plates which hang and give it this almost weighted appearance. Underneath this, the presence of a robe or a more comfortable fabric that they wear. And you would watch and hear as they step, each step sort of causing the grass and the earth that they step on to sort of shift and move and grow around them in a sort of an abundance. And sort of rounding the tree with their arms wrapped around themselves, dragging this cloth with them, an individual whom you've never met.
Having that vision and being kind of pushed away, but not floored or whatever, but he'd step back. And spotting this individual, he stares for a moment.
She stares back, not saying anything. For eventually her attention looks to the others and back to you. And in the same motion would sort of turn and begin walking sort of down towards the pigs.
Can we see her?
Everybody can.
Kellen.
He'll, prompted finally, it was like, oh, that's odd, but he'll approach. Pardon. We were seeking the dryads. Do you know the whereabouts? Oh.
She would turn, sort of scratching behind one of these small boars as she pushes herself up to stand entirely. Kellen. Silhouette. Yuria. Marana. Ashilde. Cole.
Hey,
Shane.
I fear you have us at a disadvantage.
Ashilda would curtsy, having a slight idea who this might be.
I don't. You know who I am.
I know who you're trying to be.
I just don't like guessing. But since we haven't met, he'll step forward and hold his hand out to her.
As she relaxes the hand holding the cloth, she would hold out her own arm, and you would see already from her second knuckle down on her fingers, they are stained this vibrant blue, as well as intricate runes that cross and sort of make these sort of numerous patterns up the length of her forearm, over her elbow, and then up into her bicep. And she would take your hand.
Give it the firm shake, that respectful one. So you're the perhaps inappropriately named Witch of the Woods.
What?
There's a nod.
That name ever shared? Because all I have in my notes is the Forest Witch.
Never learned a name. Nor does she seem keen on giving one.
Fair enough. Is there something that we can call you other than Forest Witch?
It'll suffice for now. It serves its purpose.
As you wish. Well, if you know why we are here, you must have known what happened to Alaric.
I saw it.
What are the chances we can bring him back?
You can see her attention now turn to the Elid tree momentarily. This brief look of longing before she'd look back. Idia's attention was drawn elsewhere. There are matters within this world that threaten other Elid trees, of which she guards. I understand your grievances, your worries. Are these Elid trees not also under threat, you may question? And they are. And you are right to believe so. And right to be annoyed and upset. When you battled Ciliana, she gives a shake of her head. Some part of me expected this spectacle, but I see now that I tire of it. I am in possession of your friend's soul. The fragment, so to speak. His human half.
You're saying it was separated from the part of him that is a half-elf?
Those that are possessed of two lineages may find their souls divided. It is a rare occurrence. It is known as dualism. The elven half of Alaric was spirited away, more than likely, with Ciliana. I am in possession of his human half. And I assure you, before you ask any of your questions that I know you will, you may bring him back in his current state. But understand, what made him the him is gone. For now. He'll be Alaric, but not as you know him.
So what? Sorry, go ahead.
I don't understand.
I don't expect you to. But know that your friend's soul is not whole. The enemy you fight is devious. You would watch as she reaches down, again, sort of running her ruined fingers across the back of the pig. And as she does, its entire body sort of transforms, turning into these motes of light. And she would eventually let them coalesce into her palm. You would see this perhaps more defined version of Alaric, definitely more brutish in appearance, lacking all of that elven grace and cunning. You would see the complete lack of ears, the sort of more pronounced jawline and beard. In his current state, I do not know if he'll know you. In all of my time on this plane, I've never dealt with dualism. Nor do I know where his other half resides. But her attention sweeps. But she might.
Assuming she was talking about Marana.
She would
Who
hold
might?
out. One more time.
Who might?
Her attention looks now to Marana, more pointedly. She's even holding out those free-floating globules of light.
Marana, who had just sort of stepped forward at the mention of the fractured soul, stops in her tracks as she is mentioned.
Perhaps. I could sense when he fled into the forest. But I've never completely tracked a soul before.
There's this very placid expression that she wears, where there should be this sort of more mischievous, almost fey-like nature to an entity known as the Witch of the Woods. You can see that something sort of weighs on her, and any sort of disposition towards that more aloof nature has all but been wiped away. Instead, she sort of speaks very matter-of-factly and just watches you.
Yeah, I'd like to insight check her.
Roll me an insight check.
Yeah, so for Yuri, you can't quite shake the feeling that something is off. She's seen and heard too many examples of Ciliana making a problem and then presenting a solution, and this seems just like what she would do.
As you watch her and sort of study her, wary as you are, understandably so, you remember your last interaction with Ciliana. Her in the hands of the Iron Duke, bound by these strange sort of wrought iron claws that tore and bent her body. She was left marred, broken in a sense. If this is an illusion, an enchantment, a magic of any sort, it is better than any illusion conceivable, perhaps. To be able to hide such grievous injuries. But it's also safe to... It's actually... Sorry, not safe. You would also note that
Nothing safe.
seeing the way you're sort of looking at her, she does regard you. Sort of leveling her gaze on you. Go on. You'll find no resistance here.
All right, she's gonna cast Detect Thoughts.
Okay. Roll me a wisdom save.
Nice. There it is.
All right. As
Behold,
you
the mind of a demon.
as you open up your mind, expanding now your horizon and then honing it in to the Witch of the Woods. That's where we're going to end for tonight.
Nice.
Oh.
Nice.
We will pick this up next week for episode 76.
Nice.
Thank you guys so much for playing.
Thank you for having us.
For as long as the players wish to stick around, feel free to ask any questions you have pertaining to the game, the characters, or anything like that, highlighting your questions with your channel points.
Is it wrong? Like, I never mind. I don't want to spoiler if someone hasn't gotten that far into Baldur's Gate or hasn't done that.
Thank you.
Dude, she looks awesome. Holy shit.
She's a hag. Fucking Eldritch Blast. Shade more coming out. Hag. Old woman
Thank you,
alone.
Freya.
A woman alone in the woods? Clearly, she is a hag and a witch, and send it.
Burn her.
I
She
just
looks
picture
like Freya from God of War.
Yeah, kinda.
I just picture her like looking back into Uria's head. No, I am not a hag.
She speaks
I
into
mean-
your brain.
I'm not a hag, you're a hag. What the fuck?
What are you going to do about it if I am, loser?
Yeah, that's kind of the situation we're in. Like, what are we gonna do about
Cry
it?
about it.
I'm gonna cry
I'm
real hard about
gonna
it.
turn to my friends and go, I told you so, as my face is blown off.
Look smugly back at the party. I told you so.
I knew
Contagion.
it. As my final
Blah.
words. As I melt
They
into
would
a
be.
puddle.
Those would be Yuria's final words.
How does Yuria feel about her relationship with Siloril after the new information of snuffing the light and all?
I think there's a moment where she was just starting to sort of like, or has been slowly sort of letting herself be herself, rather than this sort of hyper defensive thing she started out with, where she just clammed up. And the only time she really like let herself out was to make her friends afraid or be weird in some way, as like a ooh, I'm mysterious, don't poke me, kind of like a lizard, like with its like neck out. And she was just starting to like allow herself to like be a person, and now I think she feels like she's gonna have to sort of clam up again for different reasons. Where before she was afraid of the outside, now she's sort of afraid what she'll do. Is now sort of like, well, now I need to watch what I say and do for their sake instead of my own. So I think it's sort of a cruel reversal of fate. And I think she's kind of disappointed. But you know, that's life as a Shade Morian. What can I say? It is what it is. That's all I got.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyway, roll a con save.
All right. Dysentery, here we come. Ooh, looks like I got lumbago.
Ooh.
But
Ooh, I'm sorry.
oh my god. Well, that
I'm
just how it
sorry.
is.
It's a hell of a thing, son. It's just, God, who could have seen this coming?
When you ask a guy if they're doing good today and they say, all right, this is how they feel. Been better, they say.
Call, you ready for that Makura?
Cole? Yeah. Cole's ready for that. Me? Hell no. I'm afraid for Cole.
I think we just need to take you to the general store, buy every poultice we can, and you just roll out and you're like, I am resistant to all forms of damage.
Yeah, he has that sort of himbo nonchalance, you know? He doesn't give a fuck. He's going.
He
Hell
ate,
yeah.
he ate a stew, bro. He can do anything.
Yeah, but me, I'm afraid for my boy. I'm gonna need all the fucking ointment for this one.
We're gonna dip his blade in oil. We're gonna powder him up with every poultice we can get, especially the ones that prevent bleeding. That'll be good for the Blood Baron.
And then it's just like, take this, don't ask what's in it.
Yep. This is for you. It's kind of like that cyberpunk moment where it's like, this will suppress your demons. Pulls out the other pills. This will release them.
Like, my brain wants to, like, turn every advantage I can, but then I also have I'm playing an orc who wants to puff his chest and just fucking wing it, you know? To prove that he's the orkiest of the orcs. But, fuck.
But no!
Yeah, that's gonna get him killed.
Can't believe you're gonna get Shane killed. What the fuck's wrong with you?
Shane's not gonna fight.
It doesn't matter. The moment you go down, the Blood Baron looks to Shane, punches his face off. Thanks for the banner, idiot, he says. L's and Fortnite
Guys.
dances away.
He has more hit points than most of you.
Shit. Yeah.
Shade has an
That's the
armor
funny
class
part.
of 18 and 66 hit points.
God, imagine if, like, Call falls and then Shane rolls up and, like, catches the fist of the Blood Baron. Not today, asshole.
Without
Breaks his
batting an
knuckles.
eye. Adds a little bit of
That's what I-
pressure. You can see the
Weird
fucking
fucking-
knuckle bones flying out of the fucking
That's some
hand.
weird, like, Baki shit.
Yeah.
That's when he's truly become the DMPC.
Like, yeah, he's
No
using
longer
the...
is he a retainer. It's, guys, I'm writing a book.
Nice.
And
He's
Shane's
a
the
Dragon
main
Ball
character.
character.
Oh my god.
Seeing his friend Cole be down gives him the Super Saiyan 1.
Starts doing weird, like, Baki techniques. That fucking anime where it's like his muscles start flexing out. Breaks the dude's, like, fucking knuckles by, like, pinching his pinky. Entire hand breaks.
Ooh.
One whole episode of CTF is Shane just powering up.
6 uninterrupted hours.
Yeah, of him just,
Oh my
just
lord,
straining
it's-
to fucking put out a third.
It's
Pops
like
the
Goku versus Frieza.
pops the blood baron in like the side of the head, and you see like blood burst out of his nose. His eardrums pop.
Oh.
Very good. You know, my father died when I was young, but he taught me a few things. First, he showed me how to tame a horse. Then he showed me how to fight like one. My God, he's using the stallion technique.
That'd be.
Oh my
more
god, did his
fucking
testicles
ridiculous.
just drop even lower?
I go, yeah, guys, watch me fillet myself on
That's
stream
right.
for
Did you
the
know
next
Shade
5
also
hours.
has a massive dick? That's right. Stallion cock.
Yes, you missed the auto-fillet.
Oh my god.
He becomes the new blood baron.
He has
Okay.
a plan to talk to Solaril about it. He's been feeling some sort of way.
Look at me. I am
Oh,
the player
I'm
character
sorry.
now.
Does he feel like a servant? Good. Idiot. What'd you think you were?
Yeah, lightning bolt.
Think, Mark. You think you could just follow nobility around and be their equal?
Then again, it's Call that asked it, not any one of us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, why are you throwing me under the proverbial fucking bus, asshole?
What? No, I'm
Ooh.
saying it's you that asked him to be the second, which is a different status than us. So it's not like, hey, these asshole nobles making me hold a fucking banner. No, it's, hey,
Excuse
this
me?
himbo orc.
What do you mean? It would be
Yeah.
a privilege to hold my banner. Come on.
Mhm.
I'm
Yes.
raising his status from.
I see what you're saying, Rana. I mean, Cole and Shane are just straight out of the mud. Had nothing for a long ass fucking time.
That's harsh.
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's harsh.
They're from the same, like, societal strata, so to speak. So they know what's up. They understand.
I am attached.
Hey,
What?
what do you guys? What do you guys think of the map?
You know, there's something different about it. I think
Yeah.
it's the pigs.
Not enough grass.
Honestly, true.
I do like the little tree floaties, the leaves and stuff. That's pretty cool.
Son of a bitch.
Little particles and stuff.
That's not even remotely close to what I'm referring to.
Well, next time,
Yeah.
next time, ask what you want.
What
Don't be
in
weird.
the fuck?
Be a weirdo. Just ask the question.
What do you think? I asked him, what do you think of the map?
If I say I like it, but then that's not what you want to hear.
You
then
like
obviously
the
you-
particles, that's not the map.
The particles are
Yes.
part of the map, dingus.
They're not.
Water's not wet.
They're not. Here is the old map, you fuck.
That's sweet.
We have our fancy new grass now, and then I think we got some sunbeams going on.
I think I like the grass the way it was before.
You're about to get exited from the game.
I'm just screwing with him and he knows it.
He knows it.
Oh no,
Where-
it doesn't
where
sound like
is
he knows
Joshua
it.
at?
All right,
Oh,
guys.
wow,
Welcome to
back up to
CTF.
9.
Time to
5 players. There's
Yeah,
always been
time for
5
our
players.
5 players to introduce themselves.
I would never do
sure
that to him. It
No.
looks good.
No, there's no dwarfs at this party.
Oh man, well, damn. We'll just leave that there. It's a shame. The shield they died of ligma.
Damn, that's rough.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Damn.
Oh no.
Oh shit, you even put the death blow on her.
Damn, you know, I blame that position in the UI. Anyone who has the first position dies.
First off, I know better than to insult, actually be like, no, I don't like the grass, when I know this man has spent hours converting all his maps to the new
I know.
grass.
He's so vulnerable.
Brother, I want you to know every position has it.
Oh, I know. But it'd just be funny if Alric died and then Ashilde died. Anyone who rolls up in the first queue is doomed.
People are gonna refrain from
My name has
naming themselves.
two Z's in front of it.
I don't have a single fucking A in my name.
It's just ZZZZZZ. Get me out of here.
Goal wants to know Marana, which I assume you answered earlier, but you were muted like a Dingledorf.
Yes.
The kiss.
Ow.
Well, I mean, she was feeling cheeky and had a night to think about the imminent mortality of all things. So,
It's a very sobering thought.
yeah. So why not do a little peck on the cheek? Why not live a little?
Damn, the world's ending. I'm gonna kiss that farm boy.
Damn, I'm feeling cheeky. Here, Dominic, here's my cheeks.
Oh my god.
No, that's a different strain.
That's rude. Hey man, you said the world's ending, right? You really gonna die just getting a kiss? Like, come on.
Listen, that's step
here.
in the right direction for
Jesus.
her. She's like, oh,
Jesus,
scandalous.
Motherfucker's gonna die, and all she did was hold hands.
Listen. Shut up.
I'm pretty sure Yuria should have this same sort of like Victorian attitude.
No,
Yeah.
she's a lesbian. She's gonna have a slow burn. It's gonna be 4 years later.
My god,
this
she
rate,
was
yeah.
hitting on me.
Yeah.
No, but the thing is, she'll be living with Siluril. They'll just be like, oh, we're just roommates. And really,
Yeah, we're gonna be in like our 80s. I'll look old. Silura will look fine, and I'll be like, "Oh my god, have you ever thought about taking it to the next level?"
Silura looks over at the two kids. What?
Uh,
What have we been doing if not that?
I don't remember.
Are you okay?
I
No.
love the young people.
Yeah, I'm 80.
All right, children. We're gonna leave. We're gonna leave Mama Yuria alone now.
Papa Gaga is gonna take care of you. I take a
Approaches.
nap. Just toss a sword at him. I'm taking a nap.
Oh, whoa, sword be upon ye.
All right, don't touch that.
Mom, why does other mom look like she's a raisin and you look like everyone else?
Honestly, I couldn't tell you.
Better skincare routine, dear.
Humanity.
Just be like, other mom's a smoke.
Humanity.
Why
You got at least 40 more years in you.
wasn't I born it out?
Just put your soul in an elf body. Just do it.
Oh my god, you're right.
Do it, Oberon.
Eventually.
Just do it. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Trust me. I
Go
can be
on.
trusted around souls. I'm normal.
I've got no soul. How old are you? 24.
Oh my god, he works at retail.
I work at Cold Stone. You don't know what it's like.
All right.
This is a lot for me right now.
Oh, getting too real. Okay, well, that's it for tonight. We will meet up again on the 20th of October for episode 76, with the party having just met the Witch of the Woods and Yuria about to search her mind for answers.
Oh my god. Behold, the beginning of time. It's gonna be another, like...
Wah, wah, wah.
It's gonna be a fucking... god, what was his name? When she had that fucking, like... I saw the mind of an elf from the first age.
Oh, yeah.
She
Erhan?
woke
Yeah.
up. Yeah, fucking Erhan. She's like, I have a lot of questions about life. Also, I could paint.
All right. Why don't you guys go ahead and say goodbye to chat?
Don't leave me, chat.
Bye, chat. I'll
They're
see
gonna
you
put
later.
me back in the cage when you
Bye, chat.
when you leave.
Okay.
All right. So
Bye,
we're
chat.
back in the
Yeah,
saucepan.
no.
All right. I'll be
No.
back.
Let
Good
me
night,
out.
chat.
Friends, companions, thank you guys so much for coming out and supporting the stream, and most of all, supporting the players. If you are new here, you're a new follower, and this is your first stream. Hello, welcome. I'm the Crown DM. I'm a 5th edition dungeon master who runs games in his own homebrew setting, the world of Adis. What you just saw is our Friday game, Cometh the Fall. It is a high fantasy, high magic game that takes place in the western realm of Tyros every Friday at 7 p.m. CST. I stream regularly on Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday, barring any weird real-life occurrences or circumstances. Sunday is dedicated currently to prep, but will be hosting our Sunday game, which is our Darkest Dungeon inspired game. A sort of blend, so to speak, where we have Darkest Dungeon mechanics, but leaning a little bit away from the motif as a whole and just sort of using elements of it. There will be stress, afflictions and virtues, resolute and meltdown chances. We'll be using a lot of custom items, status effects, conditions, afflictions, all that fun stuff. So if you're interested in that, in this mercenary company style game, where they'll be doing contracts and sort of working with people, building renown, maybe doing some more shady stuff, maybe working with the law, who knows? Why not go ahead and join the Discord for updates about the game, and so you can be alerted when it finally pops off, when we have a date for it. Or maybe you want to follow, maybe you want notifications of when I go live, then why not go ahead and follow the Twitter? Maybe you want to check out the world page. It's available up on the Kanka. There isn't much. I'm still updating it. I just recently updated 2 factions on there, the Oozes of Atis and the Morlings, these creatures of interest made by the Ruiner. As well, for any of my longtime viewers who are considering supporting the stream, why not consider supporting the Patreon, where you can get your hands on beautifully made maps made by yours truly, as well as custom 5e homebrew content for you to use in your own games. That's it. That's all the plugs. I do apologize. I know it's a lot of them. It's usually when people are like, all right, I'm done, and they tune off. So I understand. But thank you guys so much. And for all of my Patreon supporters, thank you guys, truly. From the bottom of my heart, I would not be able to do this without you. Your support every month is a blessing. So thank you, truly. That is it for me tonight. I hope that you guys have a fantastic night. I hope you take care of yourselves. I hope you all enjoy your weekend. Hug your loved ones. Tell them that you love them. And I will see you all later. Good night, chat.